whip it up, hey, whip it up, hit me, hey, double cup, yeah. I don't serve, but I buy, so I'm loved, yeah. And your girl turn her by when I'm whip it up, hit me up, yeah. Double cup, light me up, yeah. I don't serve, but I buy, so I'm loved, yeah. And your girl turn her by when I'm gone, yeah. I can't smoke no more, but I got a glass table. Let's see what's your name on it. Let's see what you're made of. Better on the deal. What's the deal with you? And I'm here, yeah, like I'm here with you. And you doing nothing, I'm hearing you. I can't let you walk away, I just love the view. Put my head all on your shoulder and I mold with you. Even when it seems like I'm being cold with you, I just want this feeling permanent, I'm holding you. You cannot understand what I'm going through. I got friends who aren't friends that being friend to you. I got family talking low like what they telling you. I got people I don't know that say they know and know. I got 1K in my pocket I could spend on you. If you really wanna go, then we going home. And you say you wanna lie, and that's not like you. And you look at your reflection, it don't look like you. And this might be something old, but it's feeling new. Whip it up, hit me up, yeah. Double cup, light me up, yeah. I don't serve, but I buy, so I'm loved, yeah. And your girl turn her. Whip it up, hit me up, yeah. Double cup, light me up, yeah. I don't serve, but I buy, so I'm loved, yeah. And your girl turn her by when I'm gone, yeah. I can't smoke no more, but I got a glass table. Let's see what's your name on it. Let's see what you're made of. Look at your reflection. Can you recognize who you are anymore? Can you recognize who you are anymore? Look at my reflection. Look at your reflection. Look at your reflection. Bounce back, you bounce back, you bounce back. Oh, I'm different now. Pill popping got me feeling visceral. Melancholy girl, tell me where you from. Why the fuck should I smile? I'm barely young. Oh, get me high. Yeah. Do this till you're fucking on. Like, damn, is you right? Do this till you're fucking gone. Yeah. Do this till you're fucking on. Like, damn, do this till you're fucking gone. Oh, get me high. Yeah. Do this till you're fucking on. Like, damn, is you right? Do this till you're fucking gone. Yeah. Do this till you're fucking on. Do this till you're fucking gone. Oh, get me high. Do this till you're fucking on with me. Leave it behind, it's all gone. If you really wanna let it go, let it. You wanna feel something, and that's fine. You gon' let him swallow up your pride. You can come with me and just ride. We can do this till the night. Cigarettes and pills when your eyes. You can take off your disguise. He ain't worth the tears that you cry. All you wanna do is get high. That's okay, let's get high. Oh, get me high. Do this till you're fucking on. Do this till you're fucking gone. Do this till you're fucking on. Do this till you're fucking gone. Get me high. Do this till you're fucking on. Do this till you're fucking gone. Do this till you're fucking on. Do this till you're fucking gone. Oh, get me high. Lay down as you ride. Oh, let 'em ride. Lay down, let me ride out.
Same kid with a new bass, same bitch with a new face, same dish with a new plate. Coca-Cola, that's a new way. New friends said they know me, old friends are the new way. I've been getting it the hard way, they gon' find out the hard way. When she call me baby, hit her with the plan B, and it's plan A. Car straight from Japan, hands free, but ignore when she call me. I can't depend on nobody, and everything that I've been doing is on me. Who the fuck gonna stop me? Who the fuck gonna stop me? I've been on, 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 I've been on.
Can you blow smoke with me, babe? Come smoke with me, babe. No, up all night. I know you see my eye. I know you wanna take a ride with me, babe. Can we do it, please? I know your type. Money is a thing that you like, but money can't keep you at night. Yeah. Nigga, don't lie, you, I got time for the money. I don't got no time for pussy right now, babe. And if it's on a Thursday and you feel lonely, you can come over to my place. You know I'll be good, you know it's alright. You can stay tonight, I don't wanna fight. Sorry for not patient with this. Blood steady burning my lips. Yeah, baby, I've been going through shit. Sorry for not patient with this. Sorry for not patient with this. Blood steady burning my lips. Baby, I've been going through shit. Sorry for not patient. Sorry for not patient with this. Blood steady burning my lips. Baby, I've been going through shit. Sorry for not patient with this. Sorry for not patient with this. Blood steady burning my lips. Baby, I've been going through shit. Sorry for not patient. Where you going, love? Where you come from? Where you been, love? Where you at now, baby? Skipping time, I know it's been so crazy. Ain't got time to chase me down. Hit me up when you're around. And if you're around and need me right now, and I lay you down, fix it right now. Make a difference right now. Lay your head back, shorty, I'ma get it right, yeah. Many times, yeah. I've been up at night, wonder why you ain't right here. Go to sleep, peace, sleep, but you ain't right here. Yeah, and I'm sorry I'm not patient. Gun steady burn in my lips. Fantasy it burn when the Henny burn when the Henny burn when I sip. Yeah, I wanna change for the kids. Yeah, I want you to say what it is. Wish you were there for me. Are you there? Pick your phone up. Pick your phone up. Pick your phone up. Pick your
I did a lot, but I never hated. A lot. Never hated. Did a lot, but I never hated. We throw the money up. We throw the money up. I did a lot, but I never hated. We throw the money up. We throw the money up. Strap with my driver. You know it's no running up. You go get the family, you dumb or what? I'm about to fuck 4 or 5 summers up. She got that waist trainer on her waist. Told that bitch go get a tummy tuck. Wake up, I'm smoking dope every day. I hit the bank, that's a money run. Baby girl chew me like bubble gum. I do not want to smoke blunts with them. On them late nights, pray the sun would come. Double dutching bitches jumping us. Polo on me, lot of horsepower. Past women, I am done with them. Bagging up in front my little brother. I ain't wanna do that shit in front of him. Niggas tell me that I'm going nuts. Ask your bitch, she just was holding nose. You put Gucci all up on the clothes. When it come to this, she probably overdosed. Waited long enough, we on it now. No more hooping, but I'm balling now. Got them in their feelings, I don't call them now. I'm just trying to get it foreign, trying to whip it. Neiman Marcus with like 20 on me. Shot the trigger, had the Bentley for me. Remember, I ain't have a penny on me. If it's never send me classic pennies on me. Walking like I got a million on me. I did a lot, but I ain't never hated. My man home, so we celebrate. I'm in a condo with an elevator. My mind blowed, I'm just elevating. I've been on a different type of time. I've been on a different type of time. I did a lot, but I ain't never hated. My man home, so we celebrating. I'm laying up, counting hella paper. Got it going down, I'm just levitating. I've been on a different type of time. I've been on a different type of time. I'm tearing Louis down. I'm tearing Fendi down. I'm hot, that's a Fendi now. Jacket say Fendi now. Won't pay for no verses. I smoke in the back of that Billy now. I did not have a lot. We did not have a lot. Like how was they upset with Biggie? Like how was they mad at Pop? I ain't have a grip, but I had a Glock. I had the plug and Black had the pot. I want the world, you can have a block. Jump out of Porsche with the baddest style. Remember, I was trying to caddy cop. In and out the back of paddy wagons. Pockets probably pack a lot of salad out. Cameras in it, help me back it out. Prince of my city, what's that about? They heard I could spit trying to rap it out. They reach out their hand trying to dap it out. I go in my zone and I'm blacking out. We traveling, we don't just map it out. I got my boarding pass. I just want all the cash. What's better than that? I think of that hoopty, that Jetta was black. That broke shit was whack. I'll never go back. I did a lot, but I ain't never hated. My man home, so we celebrate. I'm in a condo with an elevator. My mind blowed, I'm just elevated. I've been on a different type of time. I've been on a different type of time. I did a lot, but I ain't never hated. My man home, so we celebrating. I'm laying up, counting hella paper. Got it going down, I'm just levitating. I've been on a different type of time. I've been on a different type of time. I did a lot, but I ain't never hated. My man home, so we celebrating. I'm in a condo with an elevator. My mind blowed, I'm just elevating. I've been on a different type of time. Free scrap. I've been on a different type of time. Free trap, free charm. I did a lot, but I ain't never hated. My man home, so we celebrating. I'm laying up, counting hella paper. Got it going down, I'm just levitating. I've been on a different type of time. I've been on a different type of time. Whole different type of time.
Come to my hood, you say, yo, what up? I'm like, fuck out here, I ain't talking to this nigga. What the fuck am I talking to this nigga? You know what my grandfather told me? You don't get as far as the motherfuckers you talk to for no reason. You don't get successful as the motherfuckers that you talk to for no reason.
Mic check, mic check. Year he. Respect, Pam. Nice. Got the one from Lizzo, got the one from Pam. Cheers. Cheers. Good stuff. So what's going on, people? How we doing? Happy Saturday, first of all. Happy Saturday. I don't really plan to be on for too long. Just thought I'd come and say hello, have a bit of 420, and a little recap from yesterday. Hope everybody is well. Got Venus in the building. How you doing, Venus? Good luck. Good stuff. Squirrel in the building. Coyote in the building. Don McRun in the building. 313 in the building. Good stuff. Alki 23. Everybody. Good stuff. Put the link down there just in case. Epic stream yesterday. Yeah, it was pretty cool, man. Connecting some dots yesterday. And there's a reason why I went with those dots. So you lot are familiar with certain things that I show you, right? What's going on, Pam?
Nice to see the Rebuttal Bar on today after a nice build with Tony yesterday. I really enjoyed that.
Oh, thank you. I always enjoy my builds with Tony. Speaking of the fucking devil.
I see that. It was right as you mentioned his name. There he is.
Hey. Good stuff.
No,
Yeah.
it's a nice surprise to see you on. I've been in prep mode today. I packed away a year's worth of pasta, and now I have 50 pounds of sugar to do tomorrow. So I've been prepping.
Oh, nice. Got a prepper on our hand, ladies and gentlemen. Wicked. Good stuff. Do you have a how would you call it? Like I think they call it like a bunker or a fallout shelter.
No, if anything happens, we plan on staying here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sorry, that's what I mean. Like on your residence, do you have one at your place? Okay.
Not right here. No, but if things get bad, we have locations out of town we can go to.
Got you. I've been seeing people do little makeshift ones in their back garden.
Well, yeah, the bunker making industry is like crazy right now, especially since a lot of the elite are having doomsday bunkers built like under their houses and stuff, which makes me wonder, like, why are they scrambling so many of them to do that? You know, what do they know that the public doesn't?
Yeah, everyone's trying to get these new bunkers, and I've been seeing a lot of things since everyone's been talking about, you know, the end coming pretty soon, or the reset. I've seen people taking different measures for safety. So I was thinking, don't sound too bad. A home-built bunker don't sound too bad.
Well, it can't hurt.
Exactly. I know some of the folks over there have it for like how would you call it, like typhoon seasons and stuff like that, hurricanes.
Yeah, I grew up in southern Oklahoma, and we had tornadoes and we had cellars.
Cellars, yeah, there you go. Even cellars, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Cellars, yeah. I mean, to even start to build one of those, it's just to even start digging, it's going to take you some time to dig. I mean, you see, like some places you're not allowed to gather water. Would that be the same restrictions with the land? You can't dig to a certain depth, I suppose.
In some places, yes, I know for where we're looking to move, like we're trying to make sure we move somewhere where it's allowed to dig a well, because we don't want to move somewhere more rural until we have like our own water. And there's restrictions in some places here about whether what places you can have wells or not.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I mean, all of that just to bloody take our land away, take our rights away, man. We can't even build. You gotta get permission.
Well, heck, in most places it's illegal to like grow weed. I mean, and that comes from the earth. You know, talk about an overstep of bounds.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Making it harder and harder for us. What's that? What did he say? The day of the King's coronation, a new law was put in place. Part of the Terrorist Act, you must obtain a permit to put in any tunnels or underground spaces.
That's
interesting.
crazy.
Very interesting.
They're trying to pass all kinds of crazy laws right now. I was just I just heard a news clip about, I guess they're in the United States here. They're trying to ban TikTok, and what they don't tell everybody is they're slipping in laws to basically where the president can ban any app or website that they feel like it.
Okay.
And so, you know, I'm not on TikTok, and I'm not, you know, I think that's designed to corrupt people's mind. But I also think if the US was to ban that would open the door for them to censor just about anything they wanted to.
Yeah. Exactly. 1 second. Let me just change this. There you go, my usual. Come back over to here real quick. Yemi in the building. What's going on, Yem? Much love. Much love. Brother TT in the building. What's going on, TT?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey,
And
Tony.
gals.
Good stuff. We're good, man. Just chilling. Just got here, really. Ain't really missed nothing. Just having a little chill out, 420.
Just wiping the bar down still.
Yeah, there you go. Wiping the bar down, yeah. Yes, sir.
Just getting it ready to throw that towel over your neck and give some good advice to the lonely comers.
The towel over my neck, yeah.
Yep, you got to whip it over your neck. Otherwise, you ain't got clean hands.
Yeah. Damn.
Like, wait a minute, you got some bugs in that gin.
Oh shit. What's that? 50K fine and 5 years imprisonment. Okay. Damn. Tone, do you have a fallout shelter?
No. However, in Kansas City, there are lots of giant, several mile long underground caves.
Okay.
And there are several in the Ozarks as well, but some are very highly controlled, like bunkers for like big semi trucks, and other ones are like little hidden unknown caves that are pretty good places to go. Because it's actually stated that if anything bad happens in America, the Ozarks in Missouri are probably the safest and highest places to go.
Okay.
There was a show about 10 years ago with Jesse Ventura. He on a conspiracy theory, and they found this house that was being built in Missouri down the Ozarks that had like 10-foot thick walls, and was the budget on it was so much higher than it should be, leading to the fact that it probably has underground access. So they go up to it, and when they get up there, the sheriff basically locks them in the vehicle, talks to the construction manager, and they tell him, tells the sheriff, you guys have to leave right now. So they didn't get to check it out.
I
But it's still
remember
there.
that.
Yeah.
You remember that, Pam?
Yeah, I used to watch Jesse Ventura.
Gotcha. Mm.
Yeah, it's the place to be. Because I can tell you what, you definitely shouldn't go to what they would call their safe zones.
Yeah.
What they like to
Safe.
call happy camps.
Yeah. Do you remember seeing that footage last time? Well, I wonder if anyone's seen it about that homeless guy who was on the street, and then they had a news reporter go up to him, and I think this was during the time of the hurricane season or something, and they was asking him, "Hey, why don't you go down to the shelter? You're safe down there." And he responded back like, "No, they're killing people down there." Like, no, I want to stay alive. They're killing people. And then the camera just panned away from him. Like he might have been dropping some gems, but the camera just made him out to be like a crazy person. Like, okay, back to you, Tom, in the office. Like, it was wild.
Yeah, there was some stadium that everybody was supposed to go to during the floods, and it was just hell in there. Like, there was rapes and murders and people going missing, and it was not the safe place to be.
You might have been talking about that. That's what you might have been talking about.
Yeah, I think it was the Silver Dome.
Silver Dome.
It was real popular during Katrina because, it was housing like 15,000 people plus.
Dome, hold on. Speaking of dome, there's something I wanted to where was it? Yeah. Let's have a look at this real quick. I wanted to where's it gone? Okay. Remember when we was doing this yesterday, right?
Yep.
Remember this one down here was saying city. Let's have a quick little recap.
This form is the hollow nerve. Now from the brain and all the eyes have put us in this trap. Nerve. Subscription. Science. City.
City, okay. And you've got the concentric circles referring to it as city, right? Was it this one? Maybe we can take a look at this one, I suppose. This isn't the one, but
The largest of them does not surround half of it. That dazzles the eye. It is slightly red and rises above the inner half of the glacier to the greatest circle, so there is a dusty of vitreous humidity.
glacier, right? And the vitreous would be the waters, right? But do you remember before when I was saying, could the ice be an infection? I was calling it the amoeba, the cataract. I think that might have been in part 6, possibly.
Yep, it was part 6.
Yeah, there we go. I think to some degree the ice could be the infection. Right, let's keep listening.
The ice has another moisture similar to egg whites, and the highest humidity is sales. This is 3 moistures. Then the edge of the measles contains the vitreous and icy. Thousands now contain the net for fishing, so it is called the print of his net, and it has been proven from its tip as a star,
Net fishing, internet, net web. Okay, let's keep going.
Hey, wait, did you hear
spider.
that they said there was 3 different types of vitreous liquid?
Yeah.
So that is kind of the same here. Air is basically considered to flow like a liquid. You have the ocean that is liquid, and then there's a denser liquid that they found underneath, a sub-ocean.
Mm.
It's
Good
like
point.
almost pure salt. They can't even swim in it. It just pushes them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's, I mean, the other extreme where you see that would be the Dead Sea, where nothing sinks, everything just floats.
Right.
Hmm.
But this would be as the whole. The whole. There's another third layer, of water underneath.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, definite. Good stuff, Tom.
A barrier of ice, in which there is poison, a prophetic layer, then the companion dinner made a source of paper, like the placenta, the semi-carrots, provided from the placental layer, and what came to the front of it, it is tammin.
Even when I'm hearing that, right, placenta, layer, and all of that stuff, I'm thinking of placenta cord, right? But I'm also thinking of the optic nerve. Right, this thing
Okay.
back here, that's like a placenta back to the brain, from the eye to the brain.
It's true. It does deliver light.
Yeah, yeah,
It is a carrier.
carrier. But
What leads to error, or woe to the valley, 6 rich class, and it was not referred to whoever did it. Who has colored eyes or the mother of girls with eyesight? If that hole is blocked, the eyesight will be blocked, then the other starch will clap very loudly. See his dash asked, and my name is Muffer, the class of companions, and the front of 8 for all the pupil. The boats were created from the outside of the pride, so they mix with the squinting muscles, and it also worked as well as the mastic of the
squinting muscles. That sounds like an eye feature. You squint.
Yep.
Yeah. There was something else. Where is it? No, we let it go.
pressing layer, and it is visualized from this shape of the head of the solid core. Original. The colors in it are different. 04. The original. Governments.
Hmm.
The curd is one. Counted and food. Al-Waf said. The intersection. The origin of God.
The origin of God. Okay. That thing. Could we refer that to the mind itself, back to the penile?
I think so.
Hmm.
Black
Yeah.
savings. The beat of the dome.
The beat of the dome. What else they got for us?
Gulf.
Golf.
The wise.
The wise. Okay. Beat of the dome. Golf, as we've been looking into. And the wise. Interesting. Origin of God. The beat of the dome and golf. Those ones stuck out to me. And the original. Very interesting. Not that one. There was I think that might have been the one for now. Yeah, very interesting. Like they're trying to tell you a story with these symbols.
Right. Or they're, trying to tell you what everything is without telling you what everything is.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they use symbols to confuse the masses because the masses aren't going to really look into it. And then when they say that the truth is in plain sight, that's what they mean.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with
Oh,
that.
yeah. The best place you can hide the truth is right in front of someone's face.
I mean, look at all the religions and how there's probably 20% truth in all of them. And yet it's like if you were to put the picture together, it'd probably be complete.
Right.
Mm.
When if you look at religion alone, like churches and stuff like that, you look at the complex churches and cathedrals, and you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't have anything to do with your religion,
Mm.
you know? Because there's like what 350,000 churches in America alone.
Wow. Damn. So
That's probably not
that's
including all the ones they tore down and burnt. They're brick.
yeah, that's a lot of church. That's a lot of church.
Oh yeah, if you just that was what got me interested in kind of breaking down history being bullshit. Because even in my own hometown, there's like 7,000 people here, but there's like 15 churches, and
Mm.
like 3 or 4 of them aren't even in use, and they're huge.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, these are 100 years old, and you're like, wait a minute, you needed all those churches back then? There wasn't but 1,500 people here.
Mm. Exactly. Exactly. Look how big these churches are. They're made to fit, thousands of people. But when you check the civilization and the population, there was hardly anybody in these towns.
Right.
They got
There's one a
big
block from my house that could easily seat 150, 200 people, and there's about 10 to 20 people to go.
See, don't make no sense.
Oh, the capacities don't work either. Just, like what we've talked about before with the destruction of the churches, or not the churches, but the courthouses that they have in the Capitol buildings.
Yeah.
They just had too many damn buildings. And they're like, we need to get rid of some of these. Okay, that's the new courthouse. Burn it down the year. Say structural integrity, and we'll say that we spent all this money that we didn't have. Unless you can tell me how a small town of 3,000 people can justify in 1902 spending $1.2 million on a courthouse.
Yeah, they can't even justify that shit.
Nah, it's all wrong. It's all wrong.
Y'all's comments about churches made me giggle. I grew up in the buckle of the Bible Belt in southern Oklahoma, and they literally had a church on every corner in the hometown that I grew up near. And now there's a dispensary on every corner and not as many churches.
Dispensaries. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. The only time I've been to a church of lately is for funerals or a christening or something like that. But
yeah, you won't see me setting foot in one.
Nope. I just admire the architecture from afar because I really don't think that they put that kind of geometry in there for like regular Christian worship or something like that, then made everything else plain square house box stuff. Doesn't fit the mold. And who in the hell was making trillions of bricks in 1900? Like everything is made of brick.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Like
That's
every
wild.
town had a brick factory apparently. Because in the hometown I lived in, the square where the courthouse is around, the big stone castle looking courthouse, is all, the roads are all brick around it. Yeah. That's a lot of brick if you're going to make roads.
Yeah. Yeah, something ain't matching up.
Well, that's the crazy part. They all fit a pattern. Like every town, the small towns have a brick strip. The bigger towns that are the county seats where your courthouse is, that is the main town of the county, those always have a square of brick with buildings around it, courthouse in the middle. They're all designed the same way.
Gotcha. Oh, I wanted to. Where's this guy? Where's it gone? 1 second. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can. Yeah. All right. Yes. Got it. Finally. 1 second. I remember a year or two back there was a guy who was hold on, turn this off.
Salute to the chat down there.
Grand old chat room. Man made an image of a cosmic egg. All right, let's have a look at this. I remember watching this guy a few years back, but I didn't really understand where he was going with it. But I'm kind of more open-minded now, so let me have a look.
After watching Martin Kenny's Cosmic Egg presentation and reading The Soul Salt of Salvation, which was recommended by Santo Spinacci, I came to the conclusion that man is in the image of the cosmic egg universe. I established from Martin Kenny's presentation that there are 12 dimensions that a spirit flows throughout in its journey down and up the cosmic egg, and there are 12 parts of the body that blood flows through, and that spirits are to the cosmic egg as blood is to humans. From this realization, I've been able to connect points that answers an abundant of questions humans have about this existence, and it's a lot and extremely overwhelming, but amazing and all the same. So I'm going to have a website soon where you can go and look at more evidence. But just to keep this video simple and understandable, I'm going to be pretty general. But I would definitely recommend watching Martin Kenny's presentation before watching this video because it is the basis of what I'm going to suggest. So, starting from the beginning, the point of singularity, the Big Bang, was not an accident. It was an intelligently and intricately designed plan, as was our conception. It may not have been for our parents, but it was a plan designed by the heavens, and we are all here for a reason, just as the universe is. The Big Bang of the universe is equivalent to a sperm fertilizing an egg. It was a spark, it was the beginning. In the top of the cosmic egg, we have the heavens. It is of the highest points. It is Brahma, the creator. And in the body, we have the cerebrum. Cerebrum means seed substance, which also corresponds with Aries in the first zodiac sign. Both are equivalent to the all seeing eye, Big Brother, the storehouse of man. It is the blue shift. This is where the gods reside in the cosmic egg and where the spirit is kept in our bodies. When a spirit is in this dimension, it is one with the whole. So, throughout the cosmic egg, there is a balance taking place between the three gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Brahma, obviously being the creator, blue shift at the top, Vishnu, the sustainer, in the middle, and Shiva, the destroyer, at the bottom. And our bodies also require this balance. But in our bodies, it is between the three parts of the brain the cerebrum being Brahma, where the spirit is contained, the cerebellum being Shiva, the lower egoic brain, and the brain stem being Vishnu, that attaches to both brains and is the point of balance. Martin Kenny explains that the cosmic egg's gravity is between the blue shift of the heavens and the red shift of hell. This is the polarization that allows spirits to flow throughout this universe, to learn and grow, and to eventually be rejoined with the whole in the heavens. At that point, a soul will have perfected themselves. Humans also have this gravity. The disconnection between the cerebrum and cerebellum is what is keeping us on this plane. It is what is allowing each individual spirit to learn and grow in their own individual universe. If they were connected, that would mean a human or soul was perfect. There would no longer be a reason for our soul to be here, in which the polarization wouldn't exist. Also, I'm going to suggest that the firmament, Uranus, is the 12 cranial nerves that originate on the bottom of the brain. Just as the sky has millions of stars and our 12 zodiacs, the brain has millions of neurons and 12 nerves.
Mm.
From the heavens, we can look at the cosmic highway, which Martin says connects our universe with other universes, connects heaven with the rest of the cosmic egg, and that it is the keeper of the winds, energy, and currents. In our bodies, this would obviously be our spinal cord. It allows us to communicate with other individuals. It sends messages to and from the brain and to the rest of the body, and it is responsible for all feeling, sensation, and action. When describing the Vedic viewpoint, Martin says that the Dhruva is the projection from the heavens into the Taurus fields, which I find equivalent to being the cerebellum projecting from the cerebrum. Of course, the cerebellum is the lower mechanic brain or the motor brain. The cerebellum is all about action in the body, and in the cosmic egg, it is where the spirit becomes disconnected from the heavens and begins its journey downwards. This is the second zodiac sign, Taurus. Taurus also correlates to the neck throat area, the liver, and the gallbladder, which will be talked about more at another time. But it's interesting to note now that the liver secretes albumin, which maintains intravascular colloid osmotic pressure. And when that term is broken down in Latin, it means the access to the source of one's character
Wow.
through the circulation of the neck. And of course, our soul is kept in the cerebrum above the neck.
Mm.
Next in the cosmic egg would be the individual Taurus fields, along with the planets, or the suns and moons. And in the body, this would be the lungs or respiratory system. Since this is a sign of Gemini, it also correlates to the shoulder and the hands, so all things of two. The Taurus fields control the winds and weather, which makes sense because the respiratory system obviously takes care of air in the body. You can see in Martin Kenny's diagram that the Taurus fields branch from the cosmic highway, just as the lungs and bronchioles branch from the trachea, which is obviously in the same position or general location as the spine. Gemini has two principal stars, the twin brothers that live alternatively, one during the day and the other at night. Pollux, who is defiled like the suns, and Castor, who is pure like the moon. I'm pretty positive that the 8 planets correspond to the 8 endocrine glands, since the glands release hormones into the blood in order to maintain homeostasis. When one is physically or mentally stressed or constricted, our hormones fluctuate. But by breathing, we can control the mind and body. By doing this, more oxygen is supplied to the lungs, which affects the rest of the body and causes the endocrine glands to rebalance. So perhaps in the dark ages that we had just endured when the Taurus fields were constricted, air was not flowing throughout the cosmic egg, in which we were detached from planets or higher powers, and their messages weren't properly heard. I intend to talk about this more at another time, but a spirit in this realm would be manifesting through the suns or moons. This is obviously dependent upon.
You know, every time I've just heard her make a reference to slightly to one of the diagrams that we've been watching with the eyes and the brain, but the nerve, the optic nerves in these things, right? And some of them was labeled like interchange or connection and stuff like that. I wonder if that's a way of saying they're tapping in to the nerve systems before the message gets where it needs to be headed to. Like the hijacking the system, the nerveway system, and probably like projecting their image or message.
Cutting it off before it gets there.
Yeah.
That's a good point because it's in between, the lens and the viewer.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Even when I was thinking about the viewer or, something living within us, I think of stuff like, like I got a telescope, right? When I look through my telescope, that's an extension of me. It's almost like the cosmic man or something using my eyes for an extension, like a telescope.
Right? Because you're merely extending yourself, your vision, your projection out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. Let's keep going.
Okay.
on what stage a spirit is at on its journey. Cancer is the next zodiac sign, which is our moon in the cosmic edge.
Joe Cole in the building, JJ in the building, Dr. E in the building, CC in the building. What's going on? Big up. Grand old chat room. 420 if you got it. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
And it is our stomach, breast, and spleen in our body. The most common known effect that the moon has on the earth is its effect on the tides. High tides, which would be considered expansion, and low tide, obviously contraction. And of course, our stomach breaks down food by churning, which basically means it expands and contracts until the food is digested and nutrients are able to be absorbed. The breasts also contract when cold and expand when hot. It is also worthy to note that the body needs sleep because this is when the body heals itself. Cancer or the moon is nature's power to reproduce. Through blood circulation, we are nurtured by the nutrients that were digested by the stomach, and at night it repairs itself from the destruction that occurred during the day by the sun, who is the destroyer.
Mm.
The spleen is where red blood cells are recycled, which
The sun is the destroyer. Crazy. You know what's wild about that, right? Because when I was looking into stuff to do with the eyes, right, and breaking down some of the words, like even the other day when I broke down, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Come on, don't do this to me. No. Yeah, okay, got this one. How she just mentioned destroyer there, right? The sun is the destroyer. The other day when I was breaking down some words, right, and then this one came up here, right? Japan Japan plans to begin the construction of the two destroyers, right, known as Aegis system equipped vessel, right? But when I can't remember exactly how I got this, but this was something to do um with the eye and grapes for some reason, right? It was weird how I got into this part here, right? But when I saw system equipped vessel, right, I was thinking of two things, obviously, the ships that they have, but then my mind started to run with what's that thing called again in Star Wars? That ship that just destroys things.
The Death Star.
Death Star. There you go. Um, because I think over these ways here, they're like the rising sun over this way.
Right?
Hmm.
And notice they're called vessels, which is a body part.
And there you go. They even get to that part. Thank you. Vessel equipped. There you go. Good stuff. Good stuff. So that was quite interesting.
which is interesting because the moon is considered to be a recycling bin. Because when a physical body dies, the spirit returns to the moon to be replenished. The realm of the moon is a place of nurturing and repair from the life the spirit just endured, and also a time for preparation for one's next life. Preceding Cancer or the moon is Leo, our sun in the cosmic egg, and our heart in our bodies. This is a sign of motion. It is responsible for energy manifesting in action, and of course, has to do with the heart and motor nerves of the body, which obviously allows us to be active. The sun provides energy for life to flourish, allows this plane to exist, and brings spirits into this world. The heart does the same thing in our bodies. Our heart allows our body to sustain life by pumping blood throughout and allowing each organ to function properly and acquire the nutrients and oxygen it needs. The sun is where the descending spirits come from. I'm not totally sure, but it would make sense that in this realm, spirits influence or plan destructive things to occur on this plane. Next is the sign Virgo. In the cosmic egg, this would be the top of the Ben, Gaia's son, Prometheus, Mother Geb, or the Virgin Mother Mary. And in our body, it would be primarily the solar plexus, but I also think the pancreas is a huge underlying factor in the body
Hold
and
on.
in this
Go
manifestation.
back a second.
The bowels also correlate to the Virgin Mother Mary. And in
Hold on,
our
move his hand.
body, it would
His hand was in the way. I wanted to see what was in the center. Oops.
The
be
dome.
Gaia's son, Prometheus.
There. See the X? Like a dome X pyramid type of thing.
Yep.
That's in the middle of his diagram. I wanted to take a shot of that. That'll come in handy for something that I've got.
Yes, Mother Geb, or the Virgin Mother Mary. And in our body, it would be primarily the solar plexus, but I also think the pancreas is a huge underlying factor in the body and in this manifestation. The bowels also correlate to this sign, which is the inner earth, because intestine means within, on the inside, internal, enclosed, or confined. And for those who think the inner earth is filled with tunnels, I don't know much about this topic, but it seems ironic since the intestines are tunnels. But anyway, everything that
Makes sense when you think about the nature of ulcers and them being volcanoes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. All of that stuff. You can't count the body out yet. The body's still here, man. It plays a part for some reason. A strange part, though. May I add that? Very interesting. Let's keep going.
plane or realm is equivalent and consists of the same parts as the solar plexus that allows our body to function properly. So, the solar plexus in our body is comprised of the aorta, which comes right from the heart. It is the main artery of the body, and from here, nerves and arteries branch into organs such as the spleen, the stomach, the liver, the kidneys, the pancreas, and the intestines. So we can then look at the plane of Gaia, which has the sun and the energy it provides. This would be the aorta. The spleen and the stomach would be the moon. The liver is the veil separating us from the heavens. The kidneys we'll talk about next. The pancreas is the terra firma, and the intestines are the inner earth. This central system allows the body to filter blood through to provide and sustain the needs of each organ, and allows spirits of the cosmic egg to filter through each dimension to accomplish the work that needs to be done. So the solar plexus is basically everything that constitutes this realm, and I think the pancreas is specifically what we're on, the terra firma. Pancreas means the creator of all. It is the house of bread. It provides all material of this dimension so life can exist, and a spirit can experience being a god in their own universe. And although mainstream science portrays this organ as just a regulator of blood sugar and diabetes, which is true, but I think it affects much more than it is given credit for, which I'm not going to get into right now, but definitely stay tuned for a video where I go in depth about what's going on there. So when souls are descending through this dimension, they are seeds, part of the material of Gaia, but they never come to fruition, but instead are carried off by the underworld. This is because something that is lower acting upon lower can never produce a higher. And what I mean by this is that Gaia is in a higher dimension than human manifestation. So Gaia provides or needs to provide a positive and pure influence on humans. And a soul that is descending would obviously not be able to do such. This is similar to how our bodies only keep useful food and nutrients and dispels what isn't useful. Therefore, ascending spirits are seeds that come to fruition and take part in providing this material plane. Virgo is a symbol of purified emotion or refined vibration. It is when a spirit is no longer fructified by the desire mind. At this point, a spirit is of pure essence. It is able to be. We can think about when a human is stressed, they feel sorrow, fear, or worry. Our bodies contract, everything gets tied up, especially the solar plexus, which is the great receiving and broadcasting station of the torso. This contraction results in insufficient blood circulation, in which organs are deficient. So, in the same way as our bodies react to constriction, it would seem that the cosmic egg would also react in the same manner, meaning that in the Dark Ages, the torus fields were tightly spun. It was a time of contraction, circulation had decreased. So, in the Piscean Age, Gaia was polluted and in adulterated state. Spirits were barely progressing on their journey, but now in the new age of Aquarius, the water of truth is flowing and cleansing things. Things are starting to flow again. The Taurus field and consciousness are expanding. This is happening for humans as well. We are realizing things and untangling from the stress and tension that society endorses. So now I would like to talk about Libra, the scales, which are the kidneys in our body and the ice walls in the cosmic egg. In humans, the kidneys function as a balancing mechanism. They collect, discharge, and filter waste products or excess water from the body. The kidneys are situated in the middle portion of the body around the solar plexus, just as the ice walls are around the portions of Gaia in the cosmic egg. The archaic name of kidneys is reins or retenere, which means to hold back, to retain a conquest. And the ice walls are retaining us from leaving this particular plane. The ice walls will balance these planes of collective consciousness of humans, which we can note are 80% water. And the ice walls are going to filter those descending and destructive out, and those ascending and constructive in, just as our kidneys dispel wastes and keep nutrients. It is also interesting that Martin Kenny says that these ice walls are called the Nephilim, and the part of the kidneys that filters is called nephron. Libra, being the point of balance, is the only realm where spirits manifest as a human. And as humans, our ultimate goal is to connect or balance the lower animal brain of desire with the higher, pure essence of the immortal self. At this point of a spirit's journey, they are experiencing and learning from life and creating karma to be balanced. In the human body, Scorpio is the procreative organs. In the cosmic egg, this would be the underside of the blue mandala, or Gaia's other son, Epimetheus. In the cosmic egg, this is the dimension where one has lost their spiritual vibration from using sex negatively and in an abusive manner. I'm not sure exactly what happens here, but this is the gate of hell. I find that from the word hell, the word help can be derived. So, although these realms are unpleasant for the spirit, it is a necessary process the spirit needs to go through in order to want to change and start their journey upwards. On the descending path, a spirit has wasted the corpuscles of the body by overindulging in sexual desires to the degree that they've been filtered out by the Nephilim and have been discharged into this lower realm. They've been stung by Cupid, hence the symbol of Scorpio being an M with a sting placed at the end. When a spirit is ascending, they are now the white eagle. The spirit has attained disciplined qualities. They are able to overcome the lower desires and emotions. The illusion of sex can no longer affect them because now they have knowledge of truth. In the body, Sagittarius is the hips and thighs, which are huge structures of support and protection for the procreative organs. They provide immense support and stabilization of the entire body. So, in the cosmic egg, the hips and thighs would be equivalent to the great deep because these waters provide a foundation for the Ben and the rest of the cosmic egg.
Ice wall, deep. Okay.
The Great Deep is also referred to as Mother Sobek, and Mother Sobek is known to protect the vindicated dead by restoring their sight and reviving their senses. So, Sagittarius, being half man, half animal or horse, suggests great insight into what is happening here. It seems that whatever is taking place in this realm, it causes the spirit who is so concerned and blinded by the sexual passions to now regain sight and rebalance away from the animal like desires. Sagittarius's arrow is pointed at the heart of Scorpio. indicating that it is terminating the animal passions. Sagitta means arrow, and from arrow, the root word arrogance can be obtained, relating to one's inflated pride. So, on the descending path of the spirit, the half animal, half human mind is like an untamed vicious horse. A spirit's pride of not wanting to change or be wrong is confronted, and the power of Mother Sobek is opening up the spirit and helping them to realize their faults. On the ascending path, the spirit has now achieved a balanced mind. It is now considered Pegasus, soaring to new heights. And from the word peg, you can derive a point of attainment, a step or degree. So at this point, the lower mind has been perfected. It is no longer misled. The higher self is seated on intelligence, or the horse, and has direction towards rising its consciousness. Capricorn is the next zodiac, and this would be the knees in the body, and in the cosmic egg, this is the entrance from the great deep to the bottom realms, and vice versa. This is the doorway of the temple, having double doors, one looking into the future while the other looks into the past. The knee hinges similar to that of a door, and even looking at the structure of the knee, it resembles two entrances. And on the descending path of a spirit, this is a phase of wasting time. It is said the goat is a symbol of excessive sexual desire or lustfulness, and the negative aspects of this sign is a phase of not showing repentance. When a spirit is in this phase, they are not yet enlightened, they are still deviated from the straight path and lacking integrity. Whereas on the ascending path, Capricorn is the gate of beginnings. The spirit is the initiate. The goat is waiting at the foot of the mountain to begin its long climb upward. At this point, transmutation has been achieved, and one has at last entered into the straight gate of the journey of moral integrity. Next would the next sign is Aquarius, which is all about cleansing and purification. In the human body, Aquarius is for the ankles and saline solution of the blood. And saline has to do with cleansing of wounds or of what is damaged. So I'm going to suggest that the ankles being at the bottom of the body are equivalent to the hellish realms at the bottom of the cosmic egg. And because I don't think this realm is actually hellish, but a place of help, I think on the descending path of the spirit, this is a period of cleansing and purification. And on the ascending path, the spirit is now swimming upward, thirsty for knowledge and the water of life pouring from the urn of Aquarius. And finally, we have Pisces and the human body. This relates to the feet, the very bottom, and of course, the very bottom of the cosmic egg, which would be Pluto or the quote hellish realms. Pisces in astrological lore pertains to anything having to do with confinement. It is the border, edge, the limit. It could also be the mark or attainment one has reached.
Interesting. Even when I'm just thinking about that, when she said Pluto, bottom of the feet, hellish realm, I'm thinking of like heels, the heels, the heel of your feet. Heels, hell, Pluto at the bottom. Interesting.
Reached. So in both the body and the cosmic egg, this is the bottom, the farthest any blood cell or spirit can reach. On the descending journey, there is no ideal mark or goal of attainment considered. Instead of a mark or a goal, it is just the end of a life. It is the end of things. Below this, no one is able to go. So when the depths have been reached, one is basically obliged to place the feet on the first rung of the ladder to raise their consciousness ever so little and endeavor to look up. There's nothing else it really can do. And the word march obviously means to march, to set out. At this point, the journey of the ascending soul begins. And think about it, we just came from the Piscean age. We were at the very bottom. Truth was concealed and misrepresented to us. And now entering the Aquarian age, although it's just the beginning, things are changing. The truth is being revealed. And people have become so thirsty for knowledge, and it is definitely flowing. Something I couldn't quite figure out was that, okay, so if both the cosmic egg and the human body have the same parts, then what would the outside of the cosmic egg look like? And the conclusion that I came to is that our skin or surface obviously faces the world or the physical, and all the functions and systems within, although we can't see them, they are still operating to allow our overall system to function. So, in the same way, the material that we see and interact with of this world is the skin of the God or the cosmic egg. And although we can't see all the systems and parts functioning, they are taking place behind this material to allow this world to manifest. So humans and the world are not the same, but are one. They are complementary to one another. They unite in a manner that enhances the qualities of each other. This is all very obvious, but we have eyes, and the world provides us things to be seen. We have a nose, so the world gives us things to smell. We have ears, so the world has given us things to hear, and so on. The world is here for us just as we are here for it. Trees emit oxygen for us to inhale so we can breathe, and we exhale carbon dioxide that the tree will then absorb to use for food and growth. Something so simple and taken for granted, but is truly so magical. I find that experientially, the world is here for us as well. If a spirit needs to experience, say, patience, the world will provide opportunities so it can experience such. And then from the collective consciousness of spirits progressing, learning, and experiencing with other individuals, the cosmic egg moves forward on its journey. By looking at the entirety of the system, it is clear that everything works together and everything has a crucial function. So, in the Piscean Age, the universe was constricted, dark, and destructive. And on this plane, the darkness was implemented by the powers that be, those who come from the sun, those who are evil. They're literally living backwards. They're just take live, and you have evil backwards. They have no ultimate goal or anything to attain. To them, power, wealth, sex, and material possessions is the most they could ever achieve. They implemented a system upon all humans that constricted and blinded our individual bodies, from the stressfulness of time and jobs to the horrific food and pharmaceuticals and every kind of distraction in between. They did a great job at keeping us preoccupied and dumbed down, but that time is up. In the Aquarian age, the universe is expanding, untangling from the turmoil it had endured. Human consciousness is rising. The collective is moving forward, ready for a new experience, and getting rid of the old and what is not beneficial. It no longer wants anything to do with the ignorance and deceit that was in place. It is important to realize that in whatever manner that this process of change transpires, positive or negative, it is a part of the entire plan. Nothing is separate. So, with all what has just been said, and living in a world that has made you feel that you are only here to work and eat, and that everything beyond yourself is much more interesting and deserving of your attention, I hope this confirms how completely false and absurd that notion is. Manifesting as a human is the universe allowing your spirit to experience being a god in your individual universe. Spirits are to the cosmic egg as blood is to humans. The God, the point of singularity in the heavens, is where all spirits come from. And this higher entity has an overall influence on the systems and flow of spirits through the cosmic egg. And the ages of the cosmic egg thus far have been negative and destructive. But now is a time of change and newness, where the God or the collective consciousness of spirits is realizing there is much to be gained, that there isn't much to be gained from the destructive way of living, and is now beginning its journey upward so the cosmic egg can be whole once again. This is equivalent to our spirit being the influence over our body. The reason we have blood flow is because of the spirit residing in our brain. At this higher level, the brain and spirit influences the entire body. And as we are new and naive in this world, we can be destructive and waste a great deal of energy and emotion. And hopefully, depending on one's journey, there will be a point where one realizes that this negative and destructive way of living is unbeneficial and decides to live consciously and constructively. And as one ascends, the goal is to be whole once more. So it seems to me that this is what is meant when it is said that God created man in his image. And I'm sure those watching are already aware, but as a human entity, it is apparent external factors can't really be controlled as much. And as much as one likes to try, it ultimately just results in stress and frustration. External factors are there solely to help you grow and learn about yourself, just as you are there to help others grow and learn about themselves. And although you can't control these external factors, you can control yourself and learn and understand why or how you feel or react to these external factors. This is why lack of consciousness or ignorance of oneself separates a human or spirit from the universe. To work and to be one with the universe, you have to work on yourself first. It's hard work and it takes a lot of discipline and discernment. But take risks. Arrange your life so your solar plexus isn't constantly constricted.
That goes for your shadow work as well. All right, work on your shadow work, ladies and gentlemen.
From stress and your blood can flow properly. Trust yourself. This complementary universe is designed to challenge you. It ingeniously provokes one to trust and listen to everything but themselves, to a point where it is completely encapsulated by this matrix and is furthest from their all-knowing source. But it isn't until one has reached this point can a spirit or human begin to untangle themselves from everything that they thought they knew, and instead of looking outward for answers, they trust themselves and look within. It's not easy. If it were easy, it would be cheap, and you're shooting for gold. Well, I hope you enjoyed what I've suggested in this presentation. This is just the basis of all the other amazing realizations that I'm looking forward to sharing with you, so please stay tuned.
Good stuff. That weren't too bad.
She's really interesting. In fact, someone was asking for her link in the chat. I think someone must have dropped it though, but people were responding well to her.
Cool. Good stuff. Yeah. It's good to hear some new information. You know, good to hear new information. Yeah, shout out to the chat room. Yeah, they're rocking. I wanted to play something else to do with the firmament, actually. Well done.
Welcome back to Turn the Page, the channel that brings you biblical truth through fact and fiction. Today's topic's going to be fun. We're talking about something that hits pretty close to home, just over our heads, actually. I'm going to be breaking down Chapter 2 from my book, Constellations, Biblical Cosmology, and Why It Matters. So go ahead and put your seatbelts on, set aside your preconceived notions of where it is that we live, and prepare to have your current understanding shaken to its core. Guys, the title of Chapter 2 is What About the Firmament? So that's our discussion topic for today. We're going to be breaking down extensively what the firmament is and how that impacts our current understanding of cosmology. So let's go ahead and dig right in. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." It's Genesis 1:6 from the King James Version. Now, I want to break down the firmament just a little more in depth with Scripture. We're going to look at day 2 of creation from the Lexham English version of the Bible. I believe it gives a little clearer understanding of what's going on here. And God said, "Let there be a vaulted dome or firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it cause a separation between the waters." So God made the vaulted dome or firmament, and he caused a separation between the waters which were under the vaulted dome and between the waters which were over the vaulted dome.
Vaulted dome. I heard that twice now, and I can see it coming up 3, 4 times in this already, maybe even 5. I think 4 to 5. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 already. The vault. Remember, we went over the celestial vault. The celestial vault. I'm hearing vault in this. Interesting. Let's keep going.
And it was so. And God called the vaulted dome or the firmament heaven. And there was evening and there was morning, a second day. There's our first really big roadblock. The word firmament shows up in verse 6. We barely even get started, and already there is something that requires some major explanation. Now, this has naturally been explained many different ways in order to make it fit into people's preconceived notions regarding creation. I've personally heard from many sources that firmament means sky or expanse. The problem with those definitions is that they are wrong. When speaking about the waters above and the waters below, I've also heard some explanations that are comical. I've been told that the waters above are the moisture in the atmosphere, and also that the waters above means clouds. Again, the problem is that those definitions are wrong. They are easily proven wrong when we do a deep study on the word firmament. We'll talk about the waters above later. The word firmament is so interesting because it is a very specific word that was chosen. Some Bible translations have gone with man's opinion regarding the firmament and replaced the word with sky or expanse. This is simply wrong and shows that someone has attempted to make the scriptures fit the current scientific model when they simply do not. There are many translations, though, that have stuck with the word firmament, and some that have chosen to use a more modern term that still means the same thing, such as the Complete Jewish Bible. God said, "Let there be a dome in the middle of the water. Let it divide the water from the water." That's Genesis 1, verse 6 from the Complete Jewish Bible. They replaced firmament with the word dome here because dome is a modern word that perfectly describes what a firmament really is. However, when we break down the word firmament using the languages of the original biblical transcripts, we unlock a clear understanding of exactly what the firmament is that God created. Okay, so we have the Hebrew word rakia, which means extended surface, solid, expanse, as if beaten out, an absolute construct, vault of heaven or firmament regarded by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above it. Is from the root word raka, which means to beat, stamp, beat out, or spread out. Now, the Hebrew translation is what the original text would have used because Hebrew was the language at the time. However, we know that as time went on and civilizations progressed, the Hebrew was eventually translated into the Greek. As the Hebrew was translated into Greek, the word chosen to replace rakia was stereoma. This is another interesting word choice because it has a very specific and similar meaning. Stereoma means the following: that which has been made firm, the firmament, that which furnishes a foundation, firmness or steadfastness. As you can see, none of these definitions work with our current model. This would indicate that a solid barrier was created over the earth on day 2 of creation. I'm sure you can see the problem here because modern day science would tell us that no such construct exists.
A solid barrier created over the earth. Interesting. And they're not talking about I'm guessing, I don't want to say what I'm guessing yet. Let me hear some more.
Exists. So let's dig a little deeper into the firmament with 2 more modern translations of the word. In Latin, the word for firmament is firmamentum, which means the following: strengthening, support, prop, stay, or firmament. And then finally, we come to the English word, which is firmament, and it means the following: the heavens or the sky, especially when referred to as a tangible thing or a divider. So that takes care of the main definitions of the word firmament. But however, we can also look to other scripture regarding the firmament in order to support the fact that it is a solid, tangible divider. We don't need to rely upon definitions alone. The beautiful thing about truth and the perfection of God's holy scriptures is that there are multiple witnesses within the text itself that we can.
Oh, what happened? He went quiet. I hope he's back. Oh man, he's been quiet. I hope he went quiet on us. Ooh, hold on. Oh man, yeah, he's gone.
That sucks.
Definitely so. Okay. What was it was about? Map. Okay. Yeah, no sound. That fucking sucks. There was something I seen, something to do with the eyes. I want a quick look at that. No, not there. What's it fun? Did anyone see it, or was it just me? No, not there. Oh, there's a man. No, not there. Okay. Oh, hope he's full of eyes before and behind. Okay, no, or something else. Yeah, that sucks.
What the heck?
That fucking sucks. Hold on, let me put this on. Hopefully, this is still good. Come on. Okay.
Geocentric science.
Let's get into this. 420, if you got that first of all, let's get right real quick. Get right real quick.
JJ or Jack is saying that the sound comes back at 11 minutes.
I didn't see no sound coming back. Let me have a look. 11 minutes. Advert. Bloody hell, free adverts. That's a new one. I've never had free adverts. What the hell? Let's see.
So many aspects of what we're taught, pretty much from the time it's upon the other side of the firmament, which is a solid barrier that is clear like glass.
Cheers, JJ.
You know, you can probably imagine the problems that this causes for the current heliocentric model. The firmament is the real deal breaker for our standard belief system. You know, it single-handedly destroys so many aspects of what we're taught, pretty much from the time that we're old enough to look up at the mobile hanging over our crib all the way into adulthood. And you can't just dismiss the firmament or grossly mangle the text into the silly notion of it allegedly just being, you know, an expanse of air, gas, and the vacuum of space. The words used in Hebrew, Greek, Latin, English, and frankly, every other language absolutely do not support such a definition. To suggest that they do is to willfully dismiss scriptural fact. Words mean things. And nothing about the rakia, the stereoma, the firmamentum, or the firmament conveys any other meaning than that of a firm, solid structure that separates the waters above from the waters below, and upon which the throne of God sits. So you are forced to either accept or reject the very foundation of God's throne. And guys, that is a big deal. So that pretty much sums up chapter 2 from the book Constellations, Biblical Cosmology, Why It Matters. If there has been anything in this video that has piqued your interest, I have included a link to purchase the book down in the description of this video. Of course, you can also get it from my website that's on the bottom of the screen here, rlsmithbooks.com. I encourage you to pick up a copy if you have questions after watching this, if you're curious or maybe beginning to see scripture doesn't line up 100% with what we're taught. Grab a copy of that book. I think that it will be a big help to you. And then when you're done reading it, share it with someone else. So guys, if you've made it to the end of this video, you know what's next.
Respect. You know what's crazy, right? Because I was just looking at one of the meanings of a globe, right? And it was saying a globe is a spherical model of Earth, right? It's a spherical model of Earth. So they're saying they gave you a spherical model of Earth.
Right. Not its actual shape.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm kind of getting from that. Right, a spherical shape of Earth. It serves purpose that are similar to some maps. Right, a model globe of Earth is known as a terrestrial globe. A model globe of the celestial sphere is called a celestial globe. Very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. All right, there was something else I wanted to play. Let's get into this one.
Hi, my name is Martin Kenny. I'm a student of flat earth geocentric science, cosmology, astrology, anthropology, and spirituality. Over the last few years, I've dedicated my life to trying to rediscover and share the true secrets of who we are, and where we're going.
So one of the truly wonderful things about sacred geometry is that you can actually see it all around you. When you have the eyes, when you can see, you can see. And when you can see, it's all around us, in us, through us, everywhere, at work, omnipresent, omnipotent. It's a very, very beautiful thing. You want to see a clear manifestation of sacred geometric principle called concentric circles? Toss a rock up in the air and let it fall into a pond. Kadoosh. Concentric circles. Very beautiful. There are numerous examples of concentric circles in nature. Tree rings are a perfect example. Tree rings are like a slow motion version of this waveform phenomena. Each ring marks the passage of an entire year. Another trip around the sun, another ring, another trip around the sun, another ring. It's like a language, like the tree is talking to us, telling us its life history in these rings, like chapters of rings. So how does this natural possibility of concentric circles relate to this language called sacred geometry? It traces right back to nature's first pattern. If we count out one radius at a time from any of the centers of nature's first pattern, we find the possibility of concentric circles expanding all the way into infinity, all sharing the same center. The first circle out from the center in nature's first pattern is traditionally called the germ of life. The second circle is called the seed of life. The third circle is called the flower of life. And the fourth circle is called the fruit of life. As they expand, each of these four circles share specific qualities, and yet each holds ever more potent sacred geometric possibilities. The germ of life creates numerous graphic possibilities, including a six-pointed star, the hexagon, and equilateral triangles, two of which form the archetype known as the Star of David. It even brings forth the famous peace sign. The seed of life, the second concentric circle, holds all the possibilities of the first plus more, including the famous archetypal form known as the yin-yang, perfect symbol of duality in general, and specifically projective and receptive energy, also known as gender energy. The seed of life also holds the famous Kabbalistic graphic known as the Sephirothic Tree of Life, which is so multifaceted that it can be contemplated for lifetimes and has been. This brings us to the extremely important flower of life, the third concentric circle from our chosen center. It's very obvious there's really a lot of fascinating mathematical possibilities, scientific possibilities within this thing called sacred geometry. In essence, each of these archetypes is a layered possibility of the same sequential geometric energy, and each, in its own way, points to the transcendental nature of this pattern, nature's first pattern. The original circles in nature's first pattern both naturally enlarge in size and naturally reduce in size, creating a never-ending circular and spiraling dance of contraction and expansion, all the way into both macrocosmic and microcosmic infinity. The infinite matrix of two-dimensional sacred geometric possibilities is the root and conceptual architecture of the universe. The fruit of life is a flat plane, a conceptual plane, and yet it hints at the third dimensional plane. That is truly significant. As we expand our radius of comprehension into the fruit of life, we discover the famous graphic known as Metatron's cube, an illusion of the three-dimensional Platonic solids, the tetrahedron, the hexahedron, the octahedron, the dodecahedron, and the icosahedron are all to be found inside this one graphic form known as Metatron's cube. That's really mind-boggling. As these concentric circles continue to expand beyond the fruit of life, ever more complex possibilities evolve. I have created thousands of mandalas and graphics based on the archetypes of sacred geometry, both directly and indirectly connected concentric circles. And these experiments have proven to me that this study is literally limitless. I know by direct experience, when we concentrate our visual attention on the perfect, omnipresent, omnipotent principles of the universe, known as sacred geometry, we set ourselves up for the ultimate possibility of human experience. Profoundly personal, spiritual intimacy with unity consciousness. The all.
Why circles and spheres? Well, mainly because that is what nature dictates. All natural physiological structures and constructs in our everyday observable world are made up of curved, circular, and spherical shapes, verified by various observable and scientific mathematics like the Fibonacci sequence, pi ratio, helix, and vortex mathematics. So why? Why should Mother Nature herself, Mother Earth, be any different? Why circles and spheres? Well, mainly because that is what nature dictates. All natural physiological structures and constructs in our everyday observable world are made up of curved, circular, and spherical shapes, verified by various observable and scientific mathematics like the Fibonacci sequence, pi ratio, helix, and vortex mathematics. So why? Why should Mother Nature herself, Mother Earth, be any different?
Why circles and spheres? Well, mainly because that is what nature dictates. All natural physiological structures and constructs in our everyday observable world are made up of curved, circular, and spherical shapes, verified by various observable and scientific mathematics like the Fibonacci sequence, pi ratio, helix, and vortex mathematics.
So you said 9's a sacred number, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah.
9 is a sacred number. And the 9 also looks like a swirl, a galaxy. Right. Keep that in mind. You know, I also get from the one as well, the egg with the cord. So I get from the 9, the egg with the cord. Umbilical.
Earth is a plane, flat and motionless, as many of you will know now. But it's not just in free space, obviously. It's not just floating in nothingness. There's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to creation. There's something called electromagnetism, and this is what makes up all physical reality. And in fact, this is what God is. God is an energy. God is a force. So God is not a physical thing. God is an energy or a spirit, if you like. And that spirit could be translated in modern day terms as energy, frequency, light, sound. That is what the creator is, but intelligent, right? Not the way science teaches us that it's an inane force. It's actually an intelligent force. Right at the center, at the core, there is something called Mount Meru. This is the very, very center, the heart of the earth. This is the eye of the storm. This is the navel. This is where everything began from. This is where everything spirals from. Physically, consciously, spiritually, etc., etc. Everything is governed from Mount Meru or Mount Olympus, Mount Zion. You hear all these terms being thrown around in different religions and mythologies of this holy mountain or this tree of life, right? The tree of life at the center of the Garden of Eden. It's here. These toroidal fields are all being governed or being, they're like cogs in a clock, if you like. And the pin, the central pin, is the vortex. So at the center of the earth, right in the middle, is what we know as the axis mundi, or the central vortex, or the black hole, if you like. And this is what's controlling the motions of all the different electromagnetic torus fields. So in the beginning, all cultures and even mainstream science tells us that there was nothing, absolutely nothing, the void, emptiness, empty space. Today science calls it infinite space, time, and matter. Past cultures also had names for this. The Greeks called it the chaos. The Norse called it the Gunning Gap. The Egyptians called it the noon. This is the void. This is everything and nothingness. This is the multiverse. This space is intelligent, conscious, it is beautiful, it is divine, it is holy. At some point, this void decided to separate a part of itself to create and experience life outside itself, because it can. This is the nature of infinite potential, to use that potential. And the first creation, from our point of view, was what we know as the Holy Trinity, which I've drawn there as the, you can see the Vesica Piscis there, you can see the flower of life. This is the first form of creation in our universe. Mainstream science today calls this the point of singularity, or the great attractor. Many cultures call
Point of singularity. That's and isn't that a phrase when they use when we're crossing over through a black hole or something?
Yep.
Yeah. And they're saying that's the first thing that's created. It's funny they say that because the eye is the first thing that's created as well.
Weird though, because maybe that's why we were given two eyes and not one, so that we couldn't create a singularity and we can only deal in duality.
Okay, that's what you're saying there. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's keep going.
Many cultures called it different things. You'll find that the gods or the creators in all cultures always are in threes. They're always in threes. So 3 is the magic number of creation. So these are the building blocks of life. I prefer to call it electromagnetic pulses of sine wave or frequency, which is basically a star. This is the first star. God is a star, creation is a star, right? At different frequencies, at different levels of consciousness, etc., etc. The first order of business was to create a home or a hub or a shell where it would experience life separate from the whole. They needed to create a world where they could express these 3 things: the cycle of birth, experience, and death. Because those things don't exist in the void, in the car, obviously, because that's infinite potential. So the first thing they built was this, a torus field, right? A shell, to shell themselves from the void, from the car. They're now independent, they're now separate, they're now experiencing life outside the whole. Now in that void, by the way, in the car, there are many, many other universes and many, many other expressions of experience that are different to us. So this is not unique. We're not the only shell or egg in the universe or in the multiverse. There are many, many of these. So they created this egg, as many cultures called it. The Vedics called it the Brahmanda. The Norse mythology, they called it Ymir, the god Ymir, was expressed through the god Ymir. In Greek mythology, it's the Orphean egg. In Kemetic Egyptian.
Hold on, because Ymir, they didn't just call it Ymir the egg. Ymir was the frost giant. He was the body, apparently, who the brothers killed, and they threw his body into the void, which became the earth. That was the story behind it. Yeah, that was the story. Ymir's body got put into the void to create the earth. Interesting. And then apparently we moved up onto his eyebrow ridges to Midgard. That's where the story was of Midgard, was on the eyebrow ridge. That's interesting. Not too far from the eye.
Makes more sense that we're in the eye, you know. Yeah.
Egyptian mythology, they called it the Apep, the serpent Apep, and it's always depicted as a snake or a serpent, which is energy. If you see a snake in ancient mythology, it's always expressing energy. Okay, so this is the torus field, electromagnetic torus field that was built, and inside you've now got primordial waters. It's empty. This is when the Big Bang happened. So when mainstream science says the Big Bang,
newsflash though, the serpent is much more than just energy. It really is the serpent. Let me just put that out there. There really is a serpent. It's more than just the energy. There really is a serpent out there. Let's go.
Happened at the point of singularity. There's some truth in that. What they're not telling us is that that singularity and that process is a conscious, intelligent creation. It is not a random
process. It's not something that happened randomly. It was intelligently designed. So now we've got a womb, right? This is the womb of creation. This is now the universe, our universe, okay? In Vedic cosmology, you've got Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, creator, sustainer, and the destroyer. And by the way, that holy trinity basically is where the meaning of life is: birth, experience, and death. That is the blueprint of existence as we know it. Those are the three things we all know for certain. There's no debate. Everyone is born, everything's created, everything lives, and everything has to die and will die at some stage. It is also worth mentioning that death is never permanent, okay? Death is never permanent. If we're all stars, like I've said, stars never die. Stars are energy. Energy goes and lives forever. So what we truly, truly are lives forever. However, the experiences that we have in their different forms have to die at some stage, which is what reincarnation is. So you are born in this body, in this life, in this age, at this time. You live and you experience whatever you're experiencing at that time, but that must die. That experience must die for you to experience something new, which is what reincarnation is, which is the point of life, because you have to learn from that, you grow from that, you move on. And you see that with everything. With a tree grows, it lives, it bears fruit or whatever, it dies, and then the next season it grows fruit again, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Energy never ever dies. So death, permanent death, does not exist and never will, because everything is energy, and energy is infinite. Like I've said, all this came from infinite space, time, and matter. Infinite, meaning forever.
Shakti Sundari Namastasye 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 Namo Mahamaye Mangali Namastasye 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 Namo Namaha Mahakali Bhairavi Namastasye 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 Namo Namaha Mahalakshmi Vaishnavi Namastasye 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 Namo Namaha Mamba Lalita Devi Ma Saraswati Brahmi Namastasye 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 Namo Namaha Mamba Lalita Devi Durga Devi Shankari Namastasye 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 Namo Namaha Mamba Lalita Devi
What was that? Interesting. I thought there was going to be some more, but it seems like it's giving us some soothing music. I nearly fell asleep there.
That's what I was ready to say. It started to turn into sleepy meditation music.
Yeah. Good stuff. Salute to the Guano chat room. See Dino down there.
Had to go
Dom
for a
down there.
couple of paces back and forth.
Say that again.
Said I had to go pace back and forth. It was making me tired.
Yeah. I thought it was going somewhere with it. I thought it was going to go into something else, but I had a look and it was...
It went into something else. It's called hypnotism.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, I'm falling asleep. Wake up.
Yeah, I feel you there.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy how they show the flower of life, you know, fitting into the disc model.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. It is. I mean, every time when I see that, right, the flower of life. 1 second. Let me see. Pull this up. On that Google thing that when we were translating the words over, right?
Yeah.
One of them, it came up as 200 as well, right? And when I see the flower of life and I think of the translation thing and I saw 200, I think of this, right?
Wow.
200.
On the nose, huh?
And then you got the flower of life there right in front of us.
Got your cross pattern.
All of that stuff, exactly.
versus what we see in the stars. That was the one I was wanting to correlate with that one I saw the star.
Yeah, that could
It
even
was
be the
just the
stars.
same.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Respect, bro. Respect.
That's they say we're gonna be shifting soon in the next month. Apparently,
Is that
everybody's
the word
worried
on the
about
street?
the next eclipse that's coming.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that. I've been hearing.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I don't think nothing's gonna happen, to be honest.
I knew you were gonna say that. We both get the same inkling. Everybody always says something's gonna happen. It's like, come on, you know. But there are people that speculate that stuff already has happened. Like people said that like Mandela effect didn't happen before CERN threw off the Hadron Collider and increased the weight of one electron and destroyed that Earth, and we were all immediately moved to a new parallel Earth. That's why we all remember things differently.
Is that what was said?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
So I'd be curious if that means that every time they run this thing, they're destroying the Earth, knowing they can just get a mulligan. Are they trying to swap places until they get the one they want?
Swap places till they get the one they want.
The parallel universe.
Oh, the parallel. Okay, got you. Interesting. I mean, these
Or
parallel.
what if they're just killing body after body?
Killing body after body.
Yeah, Earth after Earth.
Okay. What, like when I hear you say that, it makes me think of like destroying craters or something.
I mean,
like,
that's,
you know,
that's possible too.
You know how they talk about destroying planets, but I'm saying the planets are just the craters. Like even in those Star Wars movies where they show you the Death Star destroying planets.
Right. They even go into a crater, and in that crater, they go into a giant worm that they think is a cave.
Oh shit.
So they're in a giant beast that they think is inside a crater.
Yeah, that's almost like Dune.
Yeah. Uh-huh. It's actually the worms in there are almost identical.
Got you. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to see a macro person. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Except for that one where they were showing the one of the moon and the face next to the moon. I don't think I want to see that. That was a little ominous.
Yeah, that did look wild.
Yeah, it was scary. I'd be like, kids, get inside.
Kids get inside.
Hell no, they'd be having nightmares over that.
There are, I mean, I know there is a face out there somewhere. There is a head out there somewhere.
Oh yeah, but to know that it follows the geometry and everything else and the flower of life. Have you looked into any of the Terrence Howard's work on the flower of life?
Yes, do you know what? It's funny you say that, right? Because hold on, where was it? I actually had something I wanted to show off Terrence. Where is it gone? Hope I still got it.
He broke the mold on like tangential flight on how to basically dock midair with planes and how to make drones that unite together and just awesome stuff.
We're all equally powerful.
That's a good message.
Oh, come on, too many adverts.
Too many advertisements.
Yeah. Alright, let's lock this off a second. Watch a bit of this, then we get the F out of here. Fair use, fair use. Yeah, this is it.
Wow. I know we're starting a bit late. We're trying to get some stuff loaded up that we won't be able to use, so we're going to do it a little differently now. We're going to do it manually, eye to eye, person to person. I'm Terrence Howard, and I'm so honored to have been invited here to speak at Oxford. Chris is so magnificent. He's been the kindest person, and he's really an angel for you guys because he can bring a ton of people here just with his kind words. How many of you are interested in acting? None. Great. Maybe a couple of y'all. So, you know, I didn't have any training as an actor, right? No? You know, I grew up in a real bad part of Cleveland, Ohio. Wore little girls' dresses for the first 2 years of my life because we didn't have any money for clothes for me. I managed to climb my way out of there by doing a fancy little thing called lying. You know? You guys do any of that? Back in 1986, when I started working in this business, there was no thing called the internet. So when I put my first resume together, since I was trying to go and get jobs, I'd go knock at doors and go and do castings, and nobody would take me seriously because I didn't have an agent and I didn't have a resume. So I put together a 3-page resume of all the projects that I wanted to do. And I was going to, and I put my name on them, starring in all these things. And that was my first resume. And it got me into the door. And as time went on over the last 35 years, I filled up that thing. So it's no more lies on my resume. It's all truth. But it wasn't lies then, it was what I was going to make happen. And that's what I want to say. Most of what you are trying to accomplish today or tomorrow is the same thing you were trying to accomplish 20 years ago. You're the same person that you were then.
Super Prof led Tom to Sadie. She
Shut it.
Spark that kept you motivated. That little piece, like this is my vocation. I love it.
Yeah, fair use, fair use. Thank you, Tom.
Acting half the time, but there's some downfalls of it. You know, a lot of actors end up with personality identity crisis and conflicts because you have so many characters you're playing. And if you really commit to the characters, you become like a piece of clothing and your body becomes what they put on. And the character has a tendency of wanting to own you. They don't let go. What you saw in Anthony Hopkins and Hannibal Lecter, that monster lives in him. That's why we believed it. He had to tap into something very ugly in our human nature sometimes. And as an actor, sometimes I tap into beautiful things. But like with Lucius, and the character I play with Lucius, his life is filled with turmoil. So 90% of the day, I'm walking around carrying his turmoil and also the turmoil from me and my own family. And then how do you have time to really bring yourself back to who you are? Because that's the most important thing. That's the thing that's going to bother you more than anything else. You will look at yourself one day and you won't know who you are because you don't remember who you were. You know, sometime along the way, or maybe at 13 or 14, we let go of the little person that kept us going. That little person that was always there, I got you, man. I'm here, I got you. Don't go in there, I ain't going in there. That person, when we get about 13 or 14, we get embarrassed of him. And we push him aside and we don't listen to him anymore. And he's always knocking. Hey, hey. And after so long of a time, maybe 10, 15 years, you don't even know him. You show up at your own door and you don't even know who you are. Your family doesn't know who you are. So it's important, no matter what you do, no matter what challenges you go through, you remember who you are. You may think you've been here for 20 years on this planet, but we know that energy, it is forever. It doesn't die. It continually recycles itself. So you know that you've been a trilobite 350 million years ago, or some part of it. Some parts of you were part of a pterodactyl. Every one of us have been a part of everything in this universe. So if we tap into those things in ourselves and remember those things in ourselves, we have that power. Now, my vocation has been an actor, and I've loved that. I've been able to take care of my family as an actor, but that's never been my passion. I was an actor because it was like Jesus walking on water for tips, because he could do it. That's what he did. It was a natural thing for him. I've always been an empath. I've always been emotionally connected to everything. But the thing that I was most spiritually connected to, that was my driving force, was physics. It was wondering how the universe really came to be. And I fell in love with this thing called the flower of life. You guys know Da Vinci? Do you know what he spent most of his life trying to figure out? Who in here knows the flower of life? Couple? I'm gonna get you something. Because I want you guys to know.
Should we hold it?
Huh?
Should we hold it? Okay.
No, I'm gonna hold it up. I want you guys to know about a 6,000-year-old secret. 6,000 years, mankind has been trying to decipher this one little thing called the flower of life. Now, do you know the flower of life? Have you guys ever seen this before? Now, you know this is one of the oldest symbols in human history, right? Or do you not know? This symbol was found in the Temple of Osiris in Egypt, and it had been molecularly burned into the wall. And it's 6,000 years old. This same symbol has been found in the forbidden temples in China, sitting under the fufu dogs. And the foot on it, the flower of life, saying whoever controlled that flower of life controlled the universe. There were secrets in that flower of life that Da Vinci spent his whole life trying to uncover. There were secrets in that flower of life that Newton spent his whole life in secret trying to uncover. The same secrets that Pythagoras was desperately trying to uncover. But their problem was they kept seeing this in a two-dimensional space. They couldn't get it out of this two-dimensional frame, and as a result, they got stuck in this plane, a flat plane.
Tone, what's the name of that movie with Lawrence Fishburne and his name? He might have been in Total Recall or something like that, but they go to space and they get on board, I think, a ship, right? No, they're looking for a ship, but the ship apparently has been lost in space forever. But they come to find out it was lost in hell. They were saying space was in hell.
Oh, Event Horizon.
Event Horizon. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Because even in that movie, I was thinking about it. Even in that movie, they have the flower of life, right? Where I think it's almost like it's transhumanism taking place on that ship in that movie or something, but from the dark side or something.
Right. It was like inverted, like he went to the upside down and took some devil back, like his devil self back with him.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're in the realm of God, you are a piece of God. You go into the realm of hell, which would be the anti-universe, you would take a piece of hell. you know, so he kind of became like an anti-god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that right there was a trip. But I think it's just crazy when he talks about, you know, how to 3D map the flower of life was the key to unraveling it. And what he shows basically is he kicked Einstein's ass.
Mm.
But, you know, it's now in this day and age, and he's an actor, so he even says it himself, like, I know people won't take me seriously, even though I've got the answer.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what he tells people is he's responsible for all the infrared mapping of all the security systems and like your home monitoring systems, your doorbells, all that stuff. He's the one that wrote the code that could 3D map an environment inside a home using these devices.
Wow.
And they still use it to this day, and they don't pay him for his patent either. They took it.
Mm-mm. That's
Yeah, and it's
crazy.
used in like 90% of home security systems nowadays. All of the, you know, your Google Nest products, your digital thermostats, all developed by him.
Hmm.
Guy's a genius.
Yeah. Seems so. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Plane. Now, what Da Vinci and all of them wanted to do, they were trying to find a way to bring this flower to life because what is inside of it? Well, apparently, there were secrets inside of it. Shapes, they got the Merkaba and all of those other things out of it. But they were misled by something I think called a straight line. You guys believe in straight lines? You believe there's straight lines in the universe?
No.
Well, let me hit you with something. All energy in the universe is expressed in what? It's in motion. If something is still, there's no energy. Kinetic, right? All motion is expressed in what? You look at galaxies, are they expressed in straight lines?
No.
Expressed in vortices. All vortices are expressed in what? Waves. All waves are curved. Show me a straight line in nature. You show me where the platonic solids come from. Where do they have their foundations in our universe? Are there any straight lines? If you look at anything, there are no straight lines. That's been the mistake. We've been looking at these straight lines, this Euclidean way of thinking, and missing the curvature of nature. So here we are, back with the curvature of nature. And you have all these little pieces. Now, this has always been an information system. So compare some of these points. Take a point here and say, well, what's the space in between all of these things? Now, they've said that all the in-between spaces, if this is the Earth and this is the moon right here, all this in-between space is filled with what? A void. There's nothing in the void. Well, I found that there is something in the void. The elementary fundamental particles that they've been searching for at the CERN collider, the Hadron Collider in CERN, I found that their energy signatures matched perfectly to some of the pieces that I was able to pull out of here. So I'm gonna bring some of those now. Do I have a minute? Am I good? Okay.
He wants to cook. He tried to cook.
Now all of this is supposed to be on the
Yo.
I don't have that. So what I do have is a bit of a Chanel bag.
Uh-oh.
Or an old Chanel bag.
Uh-oh.
A box, as it were. And we're going to talk about a couple of items in here that are so hard to even express here. Afterwards, y'all going to have to just take a look at these. My God, I won't have the time to do it.
Are you trying to grow your brand using outdated?
Shut up.
Yerkamer. Are you interested in buying some bullshit? If so, tap this link.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
I fuck you.
Oh, I like the scenery. What's that? An elephant?
He said,
can't
I
skip
fuck.
past it.
I fuck you.
You?
There we go.
But I am going to show you. I didn't come here not to show you.
It's like they ain't ready.
Whether you
They ain't
guys are
ready.
able
Yeah.
to.
I have the moment sometimes that I know, fuck, I ain't gonna try. Fuck it, I'm doing it. Let's do it. So I know what he's saying.
Right.
Express, understand some of these things. Lord help me. Good confused. What I've done is I've figured out about 7 different elementary particles, fundamental particles. And then there were secondary generational particles that seemed to occur. And when these things began to build up more and more, they began to create their own systems. And these systems is what I brought to Oxford because I would like for you guys to examine them, put them to test, because I bet you will find all the fundamental particles that they've been looking for in the unified theory of the universe. It's a big statement, but I've got a lot of stuff to back it up if given the opportunity to do so. But the flower of life has been opened, and when we get an opportunity, I'd love to show you some of these things. Can I go on?
Yep, you good?
I can't, without being able to show the pieces, it's a whole different monster. But all of these wave conjugations, all of these states of matter, all of these things, it's time for that to be changed now. We have changed all of our buildings to be aerodynamic. Our airplanes are no longer based on a two-dimensional Euclidean way of life, but our math is still based on a two-dimensional way. And I think in order for us to reach the future, we have to examine that. Do you guys know about loops in math? Do you believe in loops? Do you know the square root of 2? Do you think that's a loop? Do you believe that the square root of 2 is the square root of 2? Yes or no? Hands up, no? Hello? Oh, I want y'all to take out your phone for a minute then. We're gonna do one thing. Everybody got a phone? Put it on the calculator and turn it to the side so you can get all the long numbers out of it. Okay? Now I want you to put in 2 and square root it. 2, hit the square root. You'll get 1.414213562373095 ... right? Now I want you guys to do me a favor, cube it. It'll see right over there, it'll be x to the 3. Can y'all do it? Have you cubed it? It'll see 2.828427121746190. Now that makes sense. I want you guys to do me a favor, divide it by 2. Got that number? Cube it again. Divide it by 2, cube it again, and I want you to do that until the end of your lives. And that number will still come up with 2.828427121746190. Any other number that above 2 that you put in and you cube and you square, cube and square and divide by 2, by the 6th operation, it has moved into an exponential number that you can't even imagine. Any number below 2 that you do that same operation with, it will go into an exponentially small matter and number. This is what we call a loop. It is illogical, it doesn't make sense, and it does not make math make sense. So these are some things that I'm bringing to the fore and that I would like to question. I would like to audit the math, the world of mathematics, and I would like to audit how we view the Platonic solids, because I think the new wave conjugations will tell a better story of how our world works. And that's it. It wasn't quite what I thought, though, Chris.
Yeah,
but I wanted my pictures. You guys got it, and y'all won't even have time afterwards. But I've spent 45 years searching these things out and trying to figure out what the universe really, how it really worked. And we've come to find that the universe, they are abandoning the standard model, the ideas of black holes and dark matter, for an electric model of the universe that is in response to the Birkeland currents and all these things. It's a better version, a better vision of how we should see the universe. That's That's how I see it, and I think it should be explored.
So just to add some context to this, Terence and I have spent the afternoon together, and Terence has showed me a lot of this and explained to my feeble mind basically what he's theorizing. I thought the couple of things that you showed me that I thought were really good were how you explaining the story about how originally the flower of life, everybody just followed the lines and didn't understand the space, and you have the quite good models in there
Yes.
of how they connect together and how you have managed to put it into a 3D shape rather than just people looking at 2D.
2D
Perhaps you want to explain a little bit about that.
Yeah, the idea of, like one of the things I've been saying, the Euclidean mindset has kept us so locked away. Like there's tons of paperwork of Da Vinci working on the flower of life and trying to unravel it. But every single existence, every single example, you see him making straight lines and trying to make these straight lines bend in, and therefore he was never able to open it up because all the universe is curved, all space is curved. And as a result, what I was doing in trying to find these straight lines, I abandoned the idea of the straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points is curved space because you cannot force your way straight through space. Even electricity, as it moves from a southern plane to a northern plane, it always goes northeast in its direction. And magnetism, as it expands out, it goes southwesterly. And that's the spin. That's how you always know whether it's magnetism or electricity. It's the spin. Is it northeast or is it southwest? But in trying to define curved matter, I'm so sorry, I get so distracted. It's trying to define the spaces. It allowed me to see that all of these in between, what we have been dealing with is these petals. All of mankind have dealt with these petals, but it's these other shapes that we've ignored constantly. Well, those other shapes were the in-between spaces. They were the things that filled up the vacuum of space. And all these particles that I have, I think are the full proof of that. And it is also the full proof of the wave particle argument.
Yeah. Do you want to also explain a little bit about what you're bringing this up and sort of what, because something you said was the next step is like, how do you apply this?
Well, here we are on this planet. Can I do that point? Our planet is moving away from our sun at 6 inches a year. You guys know that. 15 centimeters a year, our planet is pushing away from the sun. So in less than 500 million years, our planet will be out of the Goldilocks zone. Will be somewhere near where Mars is, somewhere halfway between there. So life will not be able to be sustained on this planet anymore. So if we're going to be able to sustain ourselves as a species, we have to become interstellar. Not just interplanetary, you have to become interstellar. But with approximations, you cannot become interstellar. You cannot become interstellar with a point that will take you all the way over here with a straight line when the actual event is taking place over here. When you're going 600 quadrillion miles, you can't make a mistake. You need precision. And that's what the math is about. These pieces predict the natural distribution of matter and the distribution of where you can find yourself in that space. And I'm confident behind it. For 40 years, I've worked on this. And I think it's ready.
Wow. So I've sat also at lunch, basically trying to get my head around this, and also was very, very, very skeptical. And I put my hands up and say that. And one of the things that you mentioned was sort of about how this applies to, I think it was the electric sun model. And that's where it's a theory that suggests that the sun is powered from external forces rather than what is usually, rather than nuclear fusion, which is the general consensus among scientists. And the reason for that is because there's not a production there's no evidence to suggest that the byproduct neutrinos are there. And
the neutrinos
what Terence is trying to prove, I think, is that because the fact that you can't detect whether neutrinos are there or not, there must be another way in which they're powered. My argument to him is that to suggest that neutrinos don't exist, because we have a lot of evidence to not know that they're physically there, but a lot of the effects and how they interplay with other things,
Mm-hmm.
suggest that they don't exist is not only to get rid of that small theory, but also quite a lot of other huge laws of physics.
Are they laws or are they ideas of physics?
Well, why don't you respond to that and talk about how a lot of people have that sort of narrow mindset? You talked about identity.
Yeah, the identity element. And then the things that make our math works. Like if I said to you, what's 1 times 1? What'd you say? 1? It equals 1? Now, what would Newton say is that? Action times an action. That's a reaction, right? Anybody in here that thinks 1 times 1 equals 1, then you give me 2 pounds and I'll give you a pound back. And we'll call that even, right? Because 1 times 1 equals 1. An unbalanced equation. What we need to do is, the first thing in math is you're supposed to have a balanced equation. 1 times 1 equaling 1 is an unbalanced equation. But the identity element, which is like the Jim Crow laws of the 60s, they say that anything multiplied by 1 becomes that same number as itself. Well, the laws of physics has to break down in order for that to take place. Action and reaction for 1 times 1 to equal 1. In comparison to if I said, what's a dollar times a dollar? Anybody know it's a dollar? Well, what's a dime times a dime, or 10 pence? 10 pence times 10 pence? That's a pound, right? 10 pence times 10 pence. Is that right, honey? What about 100 pence times 100 pence? That's a dollar times a pound, right? That's $100, ain't it? What about a quarter? What about 4 quarters times 4 quarters? That's a dollar, right? That's a pound, right? Well, that's $4. Now, all of these things are legal. The banks can say a dollar times a dollar is a dollar and give you that. Or the banks can say to a friend, a dollar times a dollar is a quarter times a quarter. It's 4 quarters times 4 quarters, and give that person $4. They can say to another person, a dollar times a dollar is 100 pence times 100 pence. That person gets $100. So that money is generated. And this is all legal. Do you think it's not happening in the banks? This is what 1 times 1 equaling 1 has got us. This inconsistency of our monies and our economy is sitting in the balance. And the rest of our future is sitting in the balance because our science has been stunted as a result of the problems in mathematics, because math asks for the basic laws of physics to break down in order for 1 times 1 to equal 1. In order for 1 times 0 to equal nothing, laws of conservation of energy has to disappear. And math is, the foundating laws of math is supposed to support the laws of physics. They are arm in arm. They cannot be in controversy with each other. So we need an audit on the Platonic solids. We need an audit on the square root of 2. And we need an audit on action and reaction. Or we either got to get rid of, we say 1 times 1 equals 1, and there's no action and reaction. One or the other. You can't have both. And until we make that change, we're in trouble. We're going to be stunted as a species.
Great. Should we open up to questions from the audience?
No, I don't want to talk to them. Come on.
If you have a question, raise your hand nice and high. You can ask about the physics or the acting. Terrence is happy to. Yeah, let's start with
He's a lawyer, physicist. I'm an actor, physicist.
Thank you for coming. I just had a question about kind of acting and physics as well. Just like, I know that you said that physics was your drive and like how you are doing acting. And I just want to know like how you got academically like interested in physics itself, because I kind of feel like they're a little bit different, but I think that the bridge that you have between them are really cool.
No, well, everything is based on chemical reactions. In order for me to become a character, I have to change my chemical composition of how I'm thinking, and as a result, that changes how I position myself, which changes how the heat is generated and transferred out and in and out of my body. Everything comes down to chemistry, you know. So acting and physics, in physics, when 2 things are drawn to each other, it's because they are of similar charge. It's not positive, because when they say negatives attract, but cold.
So I stepped away for a minute. Did I miss anything? Or advert?
No.
Cool.
because negatives, opposites don't attract. It's positives that attract to each other. Two positives drawn to each other, two negatives discharge each other. So it's
That's
all
facts.
about physics to me. It's all about chemistry, and it's how the physics, how another actor is relating to me. A slight change in his body language changes my tone. It's all physics.
Okay. Yeah. Anyone? Yeah. Let's go to you.
Hey, Terrence. My name is Carrick, and I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia. And so earlier you mentioned about acting, and I just had a question about the entertainment industry. Being that I'm from Atlanta, everyone swears they're a rapper or that they can rap. Even my grandma said she was dropping a gospel mixtape. So that's dropping this spring, apparently. And so I have an older brother who actually wants to get into the music industry. And it got me thinking about Hustle and Flow. It probably wasn't as gritty as Hustle and Flow was, but he's really trying to get his name out there. And so my question to you is, what advice would you have for someone who's trying to break into the entertainment industry, whether it be acting or music? Also, I got a copy of his songs on here if you want to listen to it on the way back home.
Well, you just said it right. You said break into the business. How do you break into something?
Oh, well, enter the business if that.
No, you had it right. Because they don't want you in there. Everybody else wants that job. They're trying to keep you out. So you have to break into the business. How do you break into something? It's a little cunning involved in that. And there's a little violence involved in that. It's aggression involved in breaking into something. So there's passion involved in that. And that passion is what's going to drive you wherever you're supposed to be. I can tell you, go over to, to 5th and Dunbar, and it's going to happen for you over there. It's not going to happen there. It's going to happen for you when you actively work in concert with your desires. So you want to be an actor? You don't go to Saudi Arabia. You got to go to LA or New York in the States, and you do your time there. And my thing is, I have no toleration for rivalry whatsoever. It's not black eyes and bloody noses for me. It's life or death when I'm in that ring. And that ring is the set and the stage for me. So I'm coming in there to dismantle you. I'm coming in there to take away any falsehood that you have, that you were carrying yourself with. I want to shake that up with truth, and to where you don't even know your lines afterwards, that you're just sitting there. So if you can't come in ready for life or death, you think it's a black eye or bloody nose, you will lose your life in that game. You go in there and you destroy them, and you break into the business however you have to.
Great.
No. If you're trying to say run for the hills, get out to business. Right.
Let's go to you in the classes. Yeah, you. Yeah, you stand up.
So my question is, when you go to play parts or decide on what exactly you want to play in a movie or a series, do you look for specific things in a character that you're going to portray, or do you just immerse yourself into the character and see how it goes from there?
Yeah, I don't do all that little tricky stuff about, I'm gonna go and this character reads this or any of that stuff. You know me, I sit there and I try and look for what resonates with the character. Ooh, you suck. I hate that.
I'll get the other one.
It's if the truth is in the character, if the character is written well, you don't have to do anything. All you do is have to sit there and say the words. And somehow in the words, it just little bells, like playing Candy Crush, little things just pop up out of nowhere, and you're just doing it, and you get lost in it. If you allow yourself, it's just a river, man. Get naked and ride in it and jump out when you get cold. But don't be afraid of the rapids. Don't be afraid of the rocks. You just, jump out of the airplane and say, to hell with it,
Great, thank you for that question. Yeah, let's go to you in the red jumper.
Thank you for coming. I wanted to ask a question. You seem to
be sitting on a wealth of knowledge and something that you've been working on for, how you put 40 years. I was going to ask, how are you living day-to-day life knowing that the rest of the world is doing it, quote unquote, incorrectly?
Well, it's been 40 years of me dancing on this thing. For 40 years, I was told I was wrong. For 40 years, I was told that, the platonic solids and all those were the solids. You have to have faith in self. All of this, I can sit up here and tell you guys that, I'm the smartest man in the world. I figured out what Da Vinci and none of them could do. The truth is, you really want to know the truth? This may be crazier than the fiction. The truth is, I woke up inside my mother's womb at about 6 months of age. I woke up inside of there. Like, boom. I don't know what had happened. Maybe my mother went through some trauma or whatever. But I woke up and I was like, oh, God, I'm here. I'm here. Don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. This is truth. Don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. Just go by. Every once in a while, I would think about something and this would come over. And I didn't know it was my hand. I thought it was a friend. I had my whole name for it. Inside that womb, you were conscious. You woke up because with our son Kieran, when he was my wife was 6 months pregnant, we would put the light on her stomach and he would follow it and push on it. And then we'd put the music and we'd put it all the way over to the other side and he would crawl all the way over to the other side of the stomach and push at the light with the music. So what I'm saying to you, you are conscious inside the womb, but we have no common frame of reference. But I remembered, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, because I knew I'd been here. Don't forget. And you know what I didn't want to forget? This flower of life. Because apparently I've been interested in it at a given time.
Wow,
hold on. And I was born the first.
I thought he was just pulling my legs, right? But when he pulled it back to his message, the flower of life, that was like, whoa, that's a knock on the head. That's like to say, yo, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. Like with my
I saw
work
this
as well.
in the womb.
Yeah. If you didn't pull it
He
back to the
just saying
flower of
like,
life.
I ain't playing. I've been focused on this my whole life.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from it. Even
And
though
whole life, you're not supposed to remember nothing before you're fucking 30.
No, exactly. And it's wild because he was saying, he's been studying this for 40 years. But when you do the maths and then thinking, hold on, this is like 4 years old. So how old are you now, or how old was you? You understand? So it's like, I kind of like what you're saying there. It's kind of
I
dope.
think
You
there are a lot
remember.
of people though that kind of wake up at I guess his age from fucking before birth, but most likely from 5 to 9. And those are usually your unusual cases. Those people who weren't normal as a kid. Shout out to all the weirdo kids who are
Yeah.
awake before they should have been.
Yeah.
Because you do. You're doing like him and you're questioning like, okay, how come nobody else is, why is nobody freaking out about everything? Isn't that the question that rings back in your mind as a kid when you're like, wait, what? Everything's all fucked up. You told me it was magical and Christmas and everybody loves each other. What the fuck is this?
Wild. Yeah. I liked where he brought it back to the flower of life. His meaning, his purpose. That was dope. Let's keep going.
Fucking A.
Born, the first thing I thought about when I was 5 years old, I was obsessed with bubbles. I was like, why does a bubble take the shape of a ball? Why not a square or a triangle? And I would go and try and make square or triangular bubbles. And you could never do it because it turns out everything expands as a sphere and everything contracts in geometric form. You drop a pebble into the pond, it expands in a perfect sphere unless there's something in the way. The moment it hits the edge of the shore and starts to come back, it's the contracting waves that hit the expanding waves that creates the initial geometries. Everything expands as a sphere, everything contracts in geometry and fits, basically. So what I'm saying, and what I tried to tell you guys earlier, this is not your first time, it's not your first rodeo, and it won't be your last rodeo. Don't panic in this life. You can actually, there's no sense of death. Everything goes to sleep and it wakes back up again. Refolds and unfolds, refolds and unfolds. And if you're wise, if you're careful, because you can remember conscious moments in your life, can't you? You can remember moments when you're like, wait a minute, I'm in a bigger space than just this little body right here. You become fully aware of everything around you. And if you quiet yourself, you can think about those things. Well, apparently I did that at the last passage, because when I came into this life, I woke up, remember, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. And the first thing I did was worked out the flower of life. When I was 6 years old, I started making these pieces. Do at 80. I did it 6 years old because I had been working on it perhaps from a past life. Now, I'm not trying to say I'm crazy or there's reincarnation or anything, but we know that energy does not die. Energy just reboots itself and reboots itself. So we are eternal. So stop panicking, thinking your life is over. You've done this trillions of times. You'll get good at it and we'll be perfect one time if we get conscious. But we have to get conscious, because I can either say I'm the smartest man in the world, that I figured out what nobody else in the world could figure out. With Aristotle, with Plato, Pythagoras, all of them tried to figure this out, but I know I am not smarter than these men. So I know that there's something to the consciousness of carrying things through, because the information and the knowledge that I have, I didn't go to school. I had a 1.6 grade point average graduating from high school because I had other things to do. But this information kind of educated me along the way because I was born into it. And now I have the pieces to follow it, and hopefully Chris and maybe Oxford and some of it will do some of the vetting for these things, and we can change the world. But if not, I'll keep doing it, and I'll do it in the next lifetime. If not this one, and the next lifetime after that. Just remember, and another thing, don't forget, you know, you go from positive to negative, everything polarizes positive to negative, then more than likely, with each lifetime, male to female, male to female. If the universe is consistent. I think it is.
Great. Thank you for that question. Yeah, let's go to you.
Nah, why do you have to hit me with that, man? Jesus Christ. But I mean, in that sense, I could be walking the earth already with a female like my daughter. That's a part of me. You know, I'm reincarnated without dying, like my son.
Just think about the fact of every sensitivity you may have towards women is probably through every experience you have had as a woman. And what if I told you that it's possible that every person who has homosexual tendencies has probably been reincarnated the opposite sex as they're in this current life than the other sex represented?
Can't rule it out.
Right. If you were born, say, 65% a woman in your lifetime and you're born a man, it would not be all that crazy to say why you think you're a homosexual.
That's wild. Sometimes I think it happens on a faster scale. Like, you see when some of the people out there you come across and they act like, for instance, you get some people on the internet, some women, right? They really want to step into this arena and act like men and, you know, just come across and do the manly stuff, right? But when you slowly look at it, they kind of look like they're transforming into men with their
Oh.
looks and stuff, right? And that's like the same with some of the little beta boys running around here. You look at them, they've slowly got like women features. They look like women, like their long hair, disheveled looks, and always
100%. Wouldn't you think if we have both living in us, both male and female, however you act is what is expressed?
yeah.
You know, you want to wear long hair, you want to be weak and not masculine. You know what? You're probably going to look like a chick with a backwards hat on, sitting in a parking lot doing streams.
The backwards oh shit! No, you gotta say the backwards hat, bro. Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Oh man.
If you're over 14 and your hat is backwards, grow the fuck up.
Wow.
Yeah. And vice versa. Some of these women were probably very beautiful when they were young and actually knew how to act like women. But the moment you start acting like a dude because you want to compete with dudes, you know, there's no real competition, but you're probably going to start looking like a dude. You're probably going to have to start shaving your chin.
That's it. That's why I think I slightly go hard on some people because they resemble like men, and I'm like, all right, you can take it. You're man enough. Then I got to snap back and like, oh shit, it's a woman I'm doing this to. Hold on, let me find myself a bit.
Well,
even
right. And I give you credit for that because that's what us guys do. We punch each other on the shoulder. Now, if you're a female and you get a punch in the shoulder and you go, oh my God, he struck me. And we're like, wait a minute. We beat up each other all the time. It's obvious you're not in your element and you should probably act like a female.
Yeah, it's wild because even some of these little beta boys that's been trying to get my attention, right? I look at them as the women and don't give them no attention. I'm like, no, I'm not going to strike that one. It looks like a woman.
Well,
You
right.
understand?
They're seeking attention. They're overly emotional. They have no control over themselves. You know, it's very obvious that you should nurture the female within you, and it becomes a strength that gives you, I guess, what you'd call stoicism. You know, knowing that you could beat somebody's ass, but you don't go around trying to pick a fight. You know, knowing that you could outsmart everybody in the room, but you always try to be humble and not try to outsmart everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, having the ability, yet your discernment to control it so that other people can flourish too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what makes some of the best leaders. You know, like what he was saying. He wasn't trying to say he was great or anything that, but what he was proving was beating some of the great minds of our time. I mean, you got to give that guy some respect. Like, holy shit. I don't care if he's an actor or what everybody views him as, he's got an answer. And that answer seems correct to me.
Mm-hmm.
You should see the drones this dude has made. They're nuts.
Yeah,
You remember what was that Spider-Man No Way Home with all the hologram drones and shit?
Yeah. Don't tell me he was making shit like that.
He made those. Not that would project holograms, but literally the way that they fly, they can unite and disconnect to either fly together or separate in mid-flight, which if he can prove the technology correctly, then mid-air fueling and mid-air flight transfer between like passengers is possible. For like permanent flight and mid-air transfer, mid-air fueling. So many things are possible if his technology can get more funding.
Yeah.
That's what he does. He goes to the university. He's like, hey, guys, I got some ideas. You want a good thesis for your, degree? Fuck with this. And he's got some cool shit. There's a lot of places now and universities that are making those and doing experiments with them. They're very fascinating.
See, this would have went well with my stream that I done a few months back, close to a year now. When I done the stream, it was called "Is There Anything New Under the Sun?" Right, and that particular stream, I was mentioning basically people were saying no, there isn't anything new under the sun, right? And I was like, that's bullshit, right? So what about all the new inventors that are coming up, right? And we keep saying to the inventors, keep doing what you do. One day you'll be able to change the world, right? But then the other paradox is there's nothing new under the sun, right? So I'm saying, of course, there has to be, you know, we have new inventors coming up. They're probably going over old research or old work that people missed, and they're calculating it different, and they're coming out with different equations now. So back to that answer, is there anything new under the sun? Yes, there is something new under the sun. As long as we are in existence, there will always be something new under the sun.
Right. Well, I totally agree, but the whole issue that we have with the current system that we use is that we have a math system that is based on Euclidean math. This is two-dimensional math that literally operates over the number 3 and not under. If you divide a number by 0, division means to add 2, doesn't it? If you divide your seed and you create a child, don't you multiply?
Yeah.
So how could 2 times 0 ever equal 0? Or divided by 0? It just can't. You can't multiply something by 0 divided by 0 and get 0.
No.
It has to create more. You know, so our basics of 1 and 2 math of our binary code is wrong because it's Euclidean math. Just like the Gregorian calendar and what we talk about the 13 months. You know, away from the Julian calendar, which I believe is a little bit closer, not accurate, but a little bit closer. So it's our basis systems that we go off of that are incorrect. So yes, there is nothing new under the sun, but what he's talking about was something that was under the sun a long time ago, and nothing in our current history of era it was known to. Maybe right before it, and all the ancients, they knew it. The Sumerians had it all over everything. You know, and who knows how long the Sumerians were actually there. Now they say Göbekli Tepe, or one of those places, is like 12,000 years old with written language, which they said that was only 6,000 years ago. So they're already predating when we knew things and when it started. They're, you know, it's just how long does it take for them to finally admit the truth?
Boy.
You know, you have to wait for these little geniuses to come out independently to break it open themselves.
Yeah.
You know, just like Cat Williams, you talk to him and he talks about, you know, reading volumes of books by the time he was 9 years old. You know, this kid was smart enough to graduate high school by the time he was like 15.
Yeah, I heard something like that.
Yeah, you have all these advanced people that are coming out to be these super funny, super smart, super influential people, and I believe it's people who woke up early, you know, who never fit the paradigm, who always question things, who always question perception. Oh yeah. I used to admire the original Jim Carrey because he was so hilarious, but I will say the second crazy Jim Carrey is more inspiring than the first.
Yeah, it seems to be a link with these comedians and actors. Some of them seem to be quite advanced.
You know why? They all have crazy identity crisis problems. What he said on dealing and being the characters all the time, you become a prostitute of who they want you to be instead of who you are. And they go so deep into the character, they can't let it go. And a lot of them need counseling afterwards to try to stop being like that mentally. They can't. And then they ended up having these crazy identity issues to where they end up asking the ultimate esoteric question, who am I? And that's what ends up breaking them open. So they either go, Britney Spears crazy and shave their head, or, go Jim Carrey and go down the spiritual route.
That's crazy. Can you imagine going so deep into a paradox where you completely forget who you really are, and now you're a character that they gave you as a fucking actor? That's
Right.
who
Well,
you are.
I
Jesus
honestly, I think
Christ.
that's how people are. I think that
Yeah.
every person feels that way. Every person is really the kid that they were. And as they became adults, they go, okay, I don't want to act weird this way, so I'm going to stop that. Okay, I don't want to act weird this way, so I'm going to stop that. And then we all have this common denominator behavior instead of complimenting our eccentricities as being our gifts. We see it as a detriment nowadays, or something to make fun of or to poke fun at, as opposed to going, no, that's what makes you unique. That is the greatest expression of you. I just think we have a society that is taught to be judgmental before it's complimentary, and a society that's meant to get angry before it says thank you. Like, I think I beat the anger and traffic thing. I beat it. There's a key, dude. If somebody cuts you off, don't get mad. Thank them. You know why? If somebody cuts you off, that asshole was going so fast he wanted to get ahead of you. Do you really want him behind you?
No.
No. So thank
No.
him for cutting you off. He kept you safe from being behind you. And in any situation like that, you should thank that person, because they probably taught you something, or taught you that you're not that way, made you feel better about yourself.
That's a fact, yeah. You're not wrong there, yeah.
Yeah,
Because you
so
know what?
anything that used to make you mad, thank them.
Yeah, for
Your
real, for real.
ex-wife, your
Yeah,
ex-husband, your
yeah,
fucking,
yeah.
the person you hate the most, thank them. They taught you something.
That's a
I'm
fact.
telling you, it's the best way to replace anger with gratitude.
Even with the road rage stuff, I remember when I used to have a little bit of road rage now and again, but when I kind of like rised above it, I used to look at some of the road rage that was happening. Like, even I had a friend, right? You might as well call him Mr. Road Rage. This guy used to road rage about everything, I swear to God. But I met him, right? He was almost like a latest friend. But when I was coming out of my road age ways, I just met him, and I started to see the extremeness of his road rage, and I was like, wow, is that how I used to come across? I just snapped out of that. Like, yeah, no more road rage for me.
Right. Which also comes with driving respectful as well.
Yeah.
You can be an asshole in public, you can be an asshole in traffic. You can be the impatient one that cuts ahead of everybody, or you can be the one that gets over and allows the natural flow of traffic. It's the same way with life. How people act in traffic is almost like a rapid progression of how people actually act in their lives. If they're an asshole and they cut you off without signaling, they're probably an asshole. If they're cautious and they want to drive 10 miles under the speed limit, they're obviously highly anxious and nervous and have some mental issues. Yeah. Yeah. Like every one of our actions is a characteristic of who we are. So driving is no different.
Yeah, I feel you there.
It's just like the internet, though. It gives you that free steel cage to act like a prick, because nobody could just actually walk up to you and pop you in the mouth for being a dumbass. So that's the one aspect of cars that makes us all mad, because it's usually the weaker people who drive aggressively to make up for what they're lacking in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, your most aggressive drivers are the people who have an inability to deal with their own problems.
Mm.
Oh yes. And then you realize if somebody cuts you off or they're an asshole, that's not your fault. You didn't do that. You didn't make them. So therefore you're not responsible for that. If they cut you off, you know what? No big deal. Ain't no different than you have small children. Occasionally they're going to throw something heavy at your face and not mean it and half knock you unconscious. Do you get
Shit.
angry at that child, or do you
Hey,
realize that they didn't know what they were doing?
for a split second, I'm about to whoop some ass, bro. For a split second, I'm like, oh yeah, lucky you're not my age yet. You're lucky. That split second.
Hey, for every person out there as children, kudos to you because you were taught a level of patience that most people don't understand. That don't have children. You learn to put other people before yourself, and if you thought you ever loved a woman before that, you didn't understand until you had a child, because then you truly understood what it meant to love something more than yourself, what you would give your life for. You know, you could have a partner and go, I don't know if I'd necessarily give my life, but I'd try my best. A kid, no doubt, hands down, any day, jump from a bullet, car, you name it.
Been said that.
It
Let's play the rest
teaches
of
you
this.
those things that you can't be given if you don't have children.
Well said, Tom.
Thank you very much for talking to us. And also, your view on consciousness and energy sounds very similar to what Dr. Robert Lanza proposes in biocentrism. So that may be of interest to you if you haven't read that text. But about 5 years ago, you spoke about harmonic wave sequencing and how that could
Harmonic wave resequencing.
And how that could possibly solve cancer.
Get it right,
Real quick,
motherfucker.
get it right. Get it right. All right. If you're gonna,
Resequencing, hello.
yeah. If you're
All
gonna
I'm
quote
doing
me,
is putting it back into harmonic frequency. And he gets into some shit right here. This is awesome.
Cancer or genetic ailments within the next 5 years. I think that was about 5 years ago.
got him out his seat.
So is there much progress on that? And how do you propose that this resequencing would actually recode people's genetics in order to prevent them from getting these ailments?
Simple. Our DNA is made up of what? 5 elements, right? Hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and oxygen. Do you know how they're arranged? The phosphorus sits right here in the middle, and you've got 4 oxygen atoms surrounding it. Then there's another phosphorus, 2 more oxygen atoms. Now, these are the legs of that double helix. These are the legs. Now, the latter steps on it, they become the adenine, the guanine, the cytosine, and thymine, the ATCGs. It turns out hydrogen, they used to think that energy, the body transferred or understood the energy information through electricity. They're finding out it's through frequency. Guess what hydrogen sounds like? It's a key of E. Guess what? And it's the color yellow. That's what proper physics gets you to. Oxygen is a chartreuse, and it's the key of F over F sharp. Now, they used to, like I said, information used to be thought about as just electrical information passing on. But I got a question for you. Have you ever been at a party with some of your friends you ain't seen in 10 years, but y'all was like 14, you hung out and there's a song that came on and you was like, ah, and everybody got up and was live at that moment. Now, say 10 years later, you got a friend with you. He's a good guy, but he wasn't there when me and my boys formed this. So when that song comes on, our DNA tightens. There's a particular song, a scale in the genomes for each and every one of us. Now, when that song is played, when your particular prime resonant frequency is played, guess what happens? Your DNA celebrates and tightens. Everything else gets pushed out. Harmonic wave resequencing. The carbon is also the key of E and yellow. The nitrogen is G. And all these play a song. So say that the F over F sharps of the oxygen, the green, is only hitting at an F. Why? Because there's another frequency coming in from a generator over there that's changing and causing it to change. So this F now hits the oxygen. And when it hits, when the F hits the carbon, so instead of hitting as an F sharp, it hits as an F, so when it hits the carbon at an E, it doesn't hit it quite right, so the domino don't file right. So the next domino hits wrong. And so now we have malformation happening within our DNA because the frequencies are being pushed off. But when we hear our tone, we tighten back up. So yeah, I'm in the process of building the harmonic wave resequencer with another doctor who has been able to successfully cure AIDS and cancer. And it's well underway. But I wanted you guys to understand how that works. It's so simple. You do not need to tear the human body apart when all you can do is use frequency to bring it back to its normal space.
Recordings just got better.
Frequency, bringing the body back. Yeah, I can vibe with that.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, let's go to you.
Thank you so much. I've always been interested in acting, so it's pretty cool to be in the presence of an actor. But my question actually has to do with your numbers theory. So if by your logic you say 1 times 1 equals 2, are you insinuating that 1 times 0 then equals 1?
Equals 1. Well, that's what we were saying with the identity principle, the identity property. It says that 1 times nothing equals nothing. Something, so now you have the laws of physics have to now adjust because something disappeared. Conservation of energy, energy can't be created or destroyed. So if 1 times 0 equals 0, then what happened to the energy of the 1? Isn't that the same problem that Stephen Hawking was talking about with the event horizon and the information going in and still being present? That conflict that was started? Well, that's because of the math. The principles in the math are not founded on truth. It's not founded on substance. The identity principle, anything times 0 is 0, and anything times 1 is 1. Where is that number? Where is that exemplified in nature or in universal phenomena? Is it? Do you see that?
So then are you saying that 1 times 5 would be 6?
Yes. Well, what does it say in the associative and commutative thing?
So you're
if A and B
proposing-
are positive integers, it says if A and B are positive integers, A is to be added to itself as many times as is indicated by units in B.
So you're not proposing an audit, you're proposing like a
whole, well, I'm not the first one
reconstruction
to
of
say
the way
we
we
need to do
understand
this.
math.
You know what's interesting? In 1856, a man from Liverpool named Richard Dover Statter challenged the Dewey Decimal System and said that it was wrong and created an entirely new system to show how it can be brought into correction. So I'm not the first person to state this. It's a number of people did it, but look up Richard Dover Statter. Try and find him. You won't find him because he's been erased from history almost. But what is the thing called, honey? Dewey Decimal System as a whole. The Dewey Decimal System as a whole. And you will see that we are headed to, the Titanic is headed to an iceberg over there with our numbers. If we don't make a change soon, we're going to crash as a species because our math needs to work in order for our science and our future to develop.
Sorry, one last question. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you think it's do you think that the reason that we have like economic crises, for example, is because we are not understanding our numbers correctly according to your theory?
Well, I think we have an economic problem because we are the only creatures in this universe that use currency. There are no other creatures that use currency in order to exist. Why is it that we chose this strange thing that isn't even real? Other creatures, they drink water.
Talk that shit. Talk that shit. Talk that
We
shit.
exchange with currency,
Yo,
and our
talk
system of
that
exchanging
shit.
with currency is flawed because of greed. There's not like if 1 times 1 equals 2, we've got an equilibrium of balance. 1 times 1 equals 1, you've got loss. When 1 times 1 equals 3 or more, you're talking about over unity and supersymmetry. And that's how you get the universe to work for you. Instead of using just the solar voltaics off of it, you also use the piezoelectric effects of it. You use other things to make greater unity. But 1 times 1 equaling 1, when it could also equal a pound times a pound equaling a pound, when it could also equal $4 or $10 or $100, does that make sense to you? Do you think the banks are abusing that? What's a quarter times a quarter? If I ask anybody in this room, what's a quarter times a quarter? That's 25 times 25. The computer will the calculator will tell you it's 6.25 cents. But we know 25 pence times 25 pence is 625 pence. That's 6 pounds and 25 pence, but the computer or the banks only have to give you 6 1/4 cents reference for it. Or let's say you put a dime times a dime. Go ahead, let me get this out. Say you take a dime times a dime. You put that in your calculator, it says 1 cent. 0.10 times 0.10 is 1 cent. But we know a dime times a dime is a whole dollar. But the banks gives us money based on that evaluation. Is that fair? And I might get shot about talking about this right now, but I've got a book coming out called Does a dollar times a dollar equal a dollar, or does a dollar times a dollar equal $2? And in the process, not only do I explain the death of the platonic solids, but I also introduce the new
free 1 hour.
Talking that shit.
That replace this Euclidean way of life and gives us a 3-dimensional way of seeing the world. That's what I'm saying. Do you want to see the world in 2D or do you want to see it in 3D?
Thank you.
Because our math right now is 2D. Our math is black and white and stick figures. I want the world in multicolor, spectral vision. That's it? I can go home?
I think we have time for one more.
Who speaks up first? This dude, his energy is there. Go. Strong energy too, man, but.
You said that a dollar times a dollar is $2?
Huh?
You said that, say, a pound times a pound is 2 pounds?
A pound times a pound should be 2 pounds.
Yeah.
If
But
action times
when
action,
you multiply those two things together, you get a pound squared.
a pound squared, yeah.
That the unit gets squared as well.
1 squared. Say that again. Will you use the mic? So I can hear you.
So you're saying 1 pound times 1 pound is equal to 2 pounds. But it's 1 pound squared, which doesn't make any sense because you've got a squared unit.
Squared. 1 pound squared.
Can you divide pounds? Can you divide money? If you can divide it, you can multiply it. What, a pound times a pound?
You stumped.
What, a pound squared, 2 pounds? That 2 pound, 1 squared. Well, you know, it's funny. I actually patented 1 squared. All these things that I showed you guys, I've patented all these things. You know why I patented them? Because in 1926, a man named Walter Russell wrote a book called
There you go.
And in it, he introduced an entirely new periodic table. And there he introduced the 2 heavy water elements, and then plutonium and deuterium. Both of those, all 4 of those elements that had never been discovered, he sent out to 800 different universities in his book. 2 years later, he watched as other people came and got Nobel Prizes for his work. Why? Because he didn't patent it. He didn't copyright it. So I copywrote all these things and patented all these things before bringing them to you. They are true, and I think there's some value to them. I don't know why I said that. Did I?
I think they're thinking that the entire money system is off, or we're just thinking the decimal system.
Yeah, it's the decimal system that's off. The money is, there's nothing wrong with the money, but how we deal with the money. But if you can divide money, you can multiply it. It works hand in hand.
Yep.
Okay, or you can't see that. You can't see dividing
Well,
money.
it's a matter of definition. If you define,
It's a known fact for every $10 loan, the banks create $90 in currency.
Okay.
So a $10,000 loan will create $90,000 in printed money. You know, same as a $100,000 loan will create $900,000 in printed money.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's interesting.
it's not a unit defined.
A pound squared.
If you multiply by mathematical convention, if you multiply 1 pound by 1 pound, same as if you multiply 1 meter by 1 meter, it should be 1 pound squared or 1 square
It
meter.
becomes 2. Why does it become 1 pound squared is 2, isn't it? Now, if you look at remember what I just said about the associative and the commutative laws. It says A is to be added to itself as many times as its units in B. And the only thing that prevents that is the identity element that sits up and says, no, the Jim Crow law sits. Black people sit in the back of the bus because that's what the law says, without even having a foundation for it. 1 times 1 times any number is that number without a foundation, with no principle. It just says it.
But if you go by your logic and you say 1 times 1 is 2, 1 times 2 is 3, and then how would you define 2 times 4? Is that's just...
That stays, all that remains the same. Anything with 1, just add 1. The first rule of
Okay, then where's the difference between addition and multiplication?
Well, multiplication is what? Exaggerated addition.
There you go.
Isn't it a matter of mathematical convention?
What is?
If it was defined in the beginning, it could have been defined differently, but logical, it makes the most sense.
Mic, darling.
Sorry. Is it a matter of mathematical convention? If you define beforehand that something, logically, it makes the most sense that 1 times 1, if you have 1 laptop, 1 times a laptop is 1 laptop. That makes more sense than you say it's 2 laptops.
Well, now if you say,
and then that's where the mathematical convention comes in, and that's large part of math is convention. It's how it has been defined. It's a matter of definition.
And it's wonderful. The convention is all right if the material and the information being shared in the convention is true. But when you're talking about dogma being added in with that thing that I showed you, did you look at the square root of 2? Do you think that that's a loop? That's a natural thing with the square root of 2? Did you believe that?
Pi, there's not a mathematical.
No, it's not the same though. It's not the same with pi. What we just did, we multiplied it, we cubed the number, and then we divided it by 2, and we cubed it again and divided it by 2, and we did that a number of times, and that number still remained the same exact number, which we know cannot happen. It's right there. And that's what they say is the difference between, that's what they say allows 1 times 1 to equal 1, because 1, 1.414213562378095 ...
Right. Singularity times singularity.
But we know that that's not the case because it's illogical. That loop makes it invalid.
I'm afraid that is all we have time for. So please join me in thanking Karen.
That was cold. He finished standing on his business.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
If you split the monad, which is the 1, you get the duot, which is the 2. It's division of the 1. You divide 1, you get 2.
Yeah.
You don't get 1 or 0. What they're doing is removing quality and value out of something, by making us believe that this way of math is the way that it should work, when there should be an abundance within math as opposed to a subtraction. So we're always losing value.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it goes into so many aspects with what he does. It's just amazing, man. And you notice he tied that back to Walter Russell
Mm-hmm.
that I've talked about before.
Yeah.
If anybody out there wants to hear the most advanced speaking and science they've ever heard, listen to Walter Russell, because that's what Terrence has based his work off of, was Walter Russell's work. He talks a lot more about Walter Russell.
Very interesting.
Yep. And there's another guy out there who has his own version of the universe as well. It's called the CTMU by Robert Langdon, and he's got his own version of how he thinks everything works as well. That's different
Okay.
than normal Euclidean math. Now,
Mm.
it's funny to note that Robert Langdon is also recorded as one of the smartest people in the world because he has an IQ of like 225.
Hmm.
Yeah, he has like one of the highest IQs ever recorded.
Who's got the highest out there, do you know?
There was actually, I believe, an Indian kid that scored off the charts a few years back, and they didn't have a scale to record it. Like,
Interesting.
they were like, the kid was just off the scale. They couldn't record how smart he was. But those people have existed throughout history, and we just don't hear about them. We hear about the popular ones. Like half of
Yeah.
the math we get for space and time and space travel and black holes came from a desk clerk Indian assistant in the early 1900s who like sent in a bunch of his work to this college and said, "What do you think?" And upon reading it, the guy who basically ran the college, who was one of the most revered mathematicians in the world at the time, was basically blown away by this kid's math. And
Mm.
he talked to the kid and he said, How do you know how to do this?" And he goes, "I don't know how I do it. I just, everything that I contemplate, I only fathom God. And the answer comes to me." And he literally thought up the mathematics of black holes 30 years before anybody had ever postulated that black holes existed. So there are
Yeah.
mathematics that he created that still weren't even ready to be used yet.
Okay.
That's how advanced this guy was.
Mm.
And there are lots of them throughout history, and
Asian guy,
Terrence
yeah?
is no exception.
Indian guy was it, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, if I can try to find him, I looked him up about 2 years ago. It was just groundbreaking shit because the guy he never gets recognition. I never heard his name before that, but a lot of us use his math. You know,
Mhm.
along with the philosophical zero that occurred in ancient fucking Arabic times. Because in math times, you only had to count 1 through 9 because it equated with money. You know, so you only need to know 1 through 9.
Mm.
You know, there was no mathematical principle of zero, the mathematical principle of the philosophical zero, the
Mm.
principle of nothing.
It's
And that's
interesting.
when the zero was added, and then infinite math was generated from that, and then therefore you get spatial calculations and everything else with large numbers.
Yeah, very interesting. What's Pam saying down there? Let's have a quick look. Oh,
Oh, yep. Yeah, chat's been popping off this whole time, man. Big ups to the chat down there, man. You guys are awesome.
Grand old chat room. Grand old chat room.
I've been waiting for a minute, man. I'm excited you pulled out the Terrence stuff, man. He's ahead of his time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'd meant to show it a few weeks back, but I've completely slipped my mind until you just mentioned it.
Yeah, but dude, your timing was perfect because it came right with the whole Flower of Life episode
Yes.
that you were showing, dude.
Yes,
It
yes.
was the perfect time to break that out.
Facts. Facts.
So your timing wasn't off, man. It was spot on.
Yo, I'll take that.
There are no coincidences.
Mhm.
No. No, you're the rabbit. I'm the turtle. You're the bunny hopping around everywhere, and I'm the one going, easy does it now, youngin.
On the road rage.
Hey, I'm telling you, try it. Thank them. For someone who drives for a living, you know, every day to where it's inescapable, whether or not you get stressed out, it's definitely a way to help remove that bad karma. It makes you feel better. It really does. Like, you know what? Thank you. You made me appreciate that I don't drive that way. Thank you. You're now
That's
not
it.
behind me. Thank
That's
you.
it.
You're now going to reckon to somebody ahead of me.
That's it. You know, it's wild, right? I remember my friend having a road rage on his way to dropping his daughter off at school and his son and his nephew to another location, right? But he had his missus in the car as well. And he took out a golf stick and hit the guy's window because the guy wouldn't reverse.
Damn.
I couldn't believe it when he told me this. I was like, bro, what? You're crazy. Crazy. Dropping them to school. I said, wow.
Just going off the rails in front of some kids.
Yeah.
Well, if you lack self-control, I hope you don't pass that on to your children.
Wild. That's crazy. Yeah, they
What,
do
what
some
do we
wild
pass on to our kids, London?
passed on the excellence genes.
Yeah. Patience, kindness,
That's it.
forgiveness.
Greatness, excellent.
Absolutely. You're everything you can be, and you're nothing you're told you are.
That's it. Hey, on that note, my man, that is a good note to leave on. Final words for these lovely folks down there.
True. Man, good show. Good show, dude. I don't know that any words would make it better, but only lessen it. So I will just say big ups to the chat. They stayed strong down there. Salutes to you for finding your path, and good job, man. Seriously.
Respect, TT. Message received, man. I appreciate you.
Hey, all day long, man. Keep that work coming, and we'll let the electricity flow, man.
Good stuff. Good
All
stuff.
right, man. You have a
Respect.
wonderful evening, and take care of them babies.
No doubt. No doubt. Respect.
Peace out, man. Big ups to the chat.
Peace, T.
Later, man.
There you go. Brother T right there, man. Good guy. Good guy. That's how I know I'm not running with Team Evil, right? When I got someone like TT on board, how can I really be Team Evil? I put some serious thought into that. I got Tony Taylor, so I can't be Team Evil. All right. Bomber Club, Manifesto in the Blood Club building. Jesus Christ. Look at that. Yeah. You what's going on? Look at him. Look at the cat dragged in. Look at the cat dragged in. What's going on? Good stuff. Brother TT. Hey, it's been a pleasure, man. Been rocking out today. Little recap. Gone over a few things. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good vibes. Gwendo chat room. Salutes to Pam. She jumped up earlier. Salutes to brother Tony. With me to the end. You know. A lot of you lot seem a bit too shy and, I don't know, stuck within your ways. You should start to build with us more, man. Jump up, hit that link. Don't be afraid, man. Next time, I want to see some new faces. Hit that link. I want to see some new faces. Hit that link, right? Come and chop it up. Come and say hello. Don't have to be forever. Come and say hello for 5 minutes. Have a little talk. We can jump back down, right? But yeah, it's been a pleasure, man. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Gen 2 gone, everybody. So, you know, I want you to look after yourself and love over war, if possible. If possible.
Are you home now watching this? Did you miss it the first time, dumbass?
I want to suck your blood.
Has an ancient Catholic relic just given off a bad omen? That's what some church faithful believe in Naples, Italy.
Provo. No. What's your
You're
thoughts
not
on
a
that?
cannibal on eating pussy?
Yeah, what's the Mormon take on
And Jack might be a little obsessed with it.
Oh, we're doing pussy talk now. This
Yeah,
is a totally different segment.
I want to suck your blood. I want to suck your blood. I want to suck your blood.
For all must be true, really?
I want to suck your blood.
I wonder if they can convince you to eat women's menstrual dried up blood to live to be 900 in this place.
I want to suck your blood. I want to suck your blood.
You want to live to be 900? Is that your goal in this place? Why would that be true, John? All for one?
Well, you know, Illumitami brought up penis, so I'd rather just flip it to pussy and go from there.
I want to suck your blood.
You're a complete loser.
I want to suck your blood.
Illumitami, are you on meth?
I have to have a talk with girls before I can eat their pussy.
I want to suck your blood.
I have to have a talk with girls before I can eat their pussy.
I want to suck your blood.
Illumitami, are you on meth?
Because I have a crooked tooth, and if they get in the moment, they're all moving and pushing. I don't want to slice your man in the boat with my crooked tooth.
I want to suck your blood.
I hope you're not eating pussy if you haven't spoken to him yet.
I want to suck your blood.
I hope you're not eating pussy if you haven't spoken to him yet.
I want to suck your blood.
You're a loser.
No, I mean they have to know, like, hey, control your movements or don't get crazy with like the face humping and stuff until you know about how my front tooth overlaps.
Sounds like that was one of Bex's fans. What a weakling. Why would that be true, John? All for one?
What's your take, Provo? I mean, like we said, your
So-
Mormon backgrounds. Is there any prohibition there? What's going on?
I want to suck your blood.
Probably, yeah, probably not a good idea, I think, according to my religion. But,
I want to suck your blood.
pleasure is key in life, like, I'm not afraid of it.
I want to suck your blood.
And I'm also, like, a fan of Andre Nicotina, where he never eats the pussy. He never eats the pussy.
I want to suck your blood.
And he says it's cannibalism. And I thought about that. It's like eating pussy, a cannibalistic act.
You're not
ritual.
ingesting a fucking person.
Why would that be true, John?
He never eats the pussy.
All for one?
Yeah, because there's always blood there.
I want to suck your blood.
Can you guarantee there's going to be no blood going down there? You can't.
I want to suck your blood.
Dude, do you lick your own wound if you cut your finger? Are you a
That's
cannibal?
my own blood. That's different. I wouldn't lick your blood, especially your blood.
I want to suck your blood.
Loser. You sound like an incel. Fake account. Loser. You're weak. You're not powerful. You're weak. You're weak. You're jealous. Look at the jealousy. No women want you. You hide who you are. You're a loser. You're a loser.
He never eats the pussy.
You're a loser. You're a loser.
He never eats the pussy.
You're a loser. You're a loser.
He never eats the pussy.
Bye-bye, loser.
He never eats the pussy. He never eats the pussy.
3 times a year, a vial of dried blood, said to come from the city's patron saint, San Gennaro, is put on display.
He never eats the pussy.
But okay, when you kiss your girl, if she doesn't have like the greatest dental, maybe a little bit of gum bleed or something you can't even see, is that cannibalism?
I want to suck your blood.
People aren't generally bleeding from their mouth. That's a
I
different
made out with the
subject.
chick who had
Yeah,
braces.
yeah. There's lots
Cut
of
up my
reasons to
lips
bleed from the
bad.
mouth.
What did she have?
Braces. Like when I was young, you ever met, you're in that stage.
There you go. That's another
Yeah,
example.
Yeah, it was a,
I want to suck your blood.
When it liquefies, it is known as the miracle of San Gennaro.
I want to suck your blood.
But when it fails, some residents see it as a sign of disaster to come.
I want to suck your blood. 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 I want to suck your blood.
I wonder if they can convince you to eat women's menstrual dried up blood. You're a rich girl and you've gone too far cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man's money. It's a bitch girl, but it's gone too far cause you know it don't matter anyway. Say money, but it won't get you too far. Get you too far. That's an old one. That's an old song, but a pretty good one. You're a loser. You're a loser. Bye-bye, loser. Bye-bye, loser. Fake. You can't show your real name or real face. Complete fake. You're a complete loser. You're a loser.
Blessings, blessings, I see elephant tusks on the bow of a sailing lady, docked on the Ivory Coast. Mercedes in a row, winding down the road. I hope my black skin don't dirt this white tuxedo before the boss got sure. And if so, well, fuck it, because this water drown my family. This water makes my blood. This water tells my story. This water knows it all. Go ahead and spill some champagne in the water. Go ahead and watch the sun blaze on the waves of the ocean.
Dope boy still smelling like cocaine. White boat, white road, can he be more cleaner? The oil you spill that BP ain't clean up. I'm anti-Santa Maria. Only Christopher, we acknowledge his wallet. I don't even like Washington's in my pocket. Black card go hard when I'm shopping. Boat docked in front of her man's picking cotton. Silken fleeces, lay on my Jesus. Oh my God, I hope y'all don't get seasick. see me in shit you never saw. If it wasn't for these pictures, they wouldn't see me at all. Whole world's in awe. I crash through glass ceilings, I break through closed doors. I'm on the ocean, I'm in heaven. Yachting, Ocean 11.
Elephant tusk on the bow of a sailing lady. Docked on the Ivory Coast. Mercedes in a row, winding down the road. I hope my black skin don't dirt this white tuxedo before the boss got sure. And if so, well, fuck it. Because this water drown my family. This water makes my blood. This water tells my story. This water knows it all. Go ahead and spill some champagne in the water. Go ahead and watch the sun blaze on the waves of the ocean.
Me and Tatas like Pablo and Papa, winding dirt roads on mopeds, filling opus. Welcome to the magnum opus, the Magna Carta, the best-selling author, the code. Yeah, on a holiday playing strange fruit. I'ma make it to a Billy, I can't take the same route. Swoosh, that's the sound of the border. Swoosh, and that's the sound of a baller. Muhammad Hobie, I'm back against the rope. The black made back, I'm back inside the boat. Shepherd's Ferry, they finally gave me some hope. Can't believe they got a nigga to vote. Democrat, nope, so dope. The troubled waters had to learn how to float. On the ocean, I'm in heaven. Yacht, Ocean 11.
Elephant tusk on the bow of a sailing lady. Docked on the Ivory Coast. Mercedes in a row, winding down the road. I hope my black skin don't dirt this white tuxedo before the boss got sure. And if so, well, fuck it. Because this water drown my family. This water makes my blood. This water tells my story. This water knows it all. Go ahead and spill some champagne in the water. Go ahead and watch the sun blaze on the waves of the ocean.